Oh, and I'm currently Turnok in the screen.
Oh, right. I forgot to move you guys around on this one. Whoopsie. I just looked. I saw Jean Jacques was
I
in the
don't
right
know.
place.
I don't know what you were talking, Kevin, because Carlos is the dungeon master. So
All
can you
right.
just
That's true.
I'm
be
the captain
respectful,
now.
man? Come on. It's like
Nope. Yeah. So this is the danger of new overlays is everything has to kind of be made to work.
it's only me
The
that's in the
first
right
time.
spot somehow.
Yeah,
Oh,
but I only looked at you and I was like, oh, that's cool. And now I still need
I
to
mean,
move.
it's
Turn
usually
off.
what happens.
I was just about to ask everyone to roll a Constitution save.
Do it, man. Do it. I'm good with that. All right.
Like, yeah, I poisoned you all last night.
All right, there we go. Whoopsie. Sound is good. Nice. Thank you, Simon. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the update. My Streamlabs decided to completely reset its configuration of my sound devices, which is always helpful. All right. So before we start, like I said, and to give people a little time, I want to ask you guys some questions inspired by the very man in our chat today, Simon, who does this after the Rune Keep, which is super cool. Hi, Dice Tyrants. And I want to start right there with Jean Jacques, because we talked about this a little bit already. But you told me that Jean Jacques was definitely affected when he found out that one of the guards had died as a result of his lightning bolt last session, that he shot through the building. So,
Yeah.
can you tell us a little more about how he was affected and how you think that might influence him going forward?
Sure. Well, I don't want to get into too many details, but I don't know if I do or don't, I guess. But Jean-Jacques' upbringing was very, different
Mm-hmm.
than most affluent young half elves in the Republic, wherein his family has a very um, competitive streak in it.
Yeah.
And his mother is a very influential political figure. And as part of that, he underwent a lot of training and sort of, you know, brainwashing, really, to to become a servant of the family and a spy, effectively. So, brief intro over. Um,
Thanks,
he's
Yugi
begun
boy.
in recent weeks, I think, to kind of doubt whether or not this is who he actually is and whether or not this is who he should be, and maybe there is a chance for him to be somebody else that's happy and fulfilled as a person as opposed to just an empty shell that's used as a tool. Um, but that was all sort of thrown kind of in whack because of what happened, because he's done a lot of bad things in his past. He's not an evil guy or anything like that, but he's done bad things on mission.
Mm-hmm.
So seeing the sort of wanton destruction and death that he brings about wherever he goes. Just recently, a couple of weeks ago, he blew up a bunch of people with lightning.
Oh, yeah.
So his destructive powers came to bear a little bit, I think, last episode, and it sort of was a step back towards that belief that he is what he was made into, and there's no hope for him ever, and he's just gonna fulfill his mission and be content with that. There's no point in changing because he is a tool after all. That's
And what is the mission that he's chasing at the moment?
the glory of the Republic.
The glory. Okay.
Yeah. Well, the mission is make sure that the Chopin family is where it needs to be to shape and mold where the Republic will go, because they know best. And Mother
Okay.
knows best, of course.
Mother knows best. I think that's probably on the family seal for the Chopin
Yeah.
family.
Mother knows best, yeah.
All right. Hi, Athena Muse. Good to have you. So next question is for Tani. Tani, last time, I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you mentioned, or that she mentioned, that she was potentially ready to do what needs to be done to open the magical painting and discover what the cult of the dragon has hidden in Postizia. So I wanted to ask, what spurred that decision for her, and does she have any expectation of what she might find, or what she hopes not to find, perhaps?
Okay, prepare yourselves for a longish answer. To answer that, okay. There we were in this, well, we've been going to this tavern, but where I where there was this friend from my background, Finn. Um, and I remember when I told him that I was struggling with the decision of, do I want to know my past? Do I want to remember? He revealed that I myself made him promise never to say a word. I myself chose to forget, sorry, English. And that threw me into like a whirl of indecisiveness. I suddenly wasn't sure. But then when we were in the latrine, this fancy inn, I told the Ashen Hearts, and um, a lot of wholesome messages. But what they said is true, that the fact that I myself chose to forget means that I want to be a good person. So, and I'm not alone anymore. I have these people that will help me not steer myself towards the evil being again. And so, also, Finn said that I was quite, it's gonna sound mean, but I was quite smart. I had like a purpose. I was a bit different before. And she now is very confused about lots of things, but if she has a chance to understand at least something, she wants to. So she will want to. But now, last episode, our cards were read, right?
Mm-hmm.
And some things, she was mesmerized at the moment, but some things were said that, okay, she has to make a decision. And what is going to be that decision? Because, the person that read the cards said, she senses I'm in need of healing, perhaps not whole. Whatever it is will need a lot of willpower, and that is true. Tiny does want to find out what's there, and she's decided that she wants to know what happened in my past and who I was. But I have to be decisive. I cannot keep stringing this along. I can't be undecided. Whatever this past thing is, says the card reader, I'm struggling with, it'll come back to haunt me until I find my healing, until I become whole again. But what does become whole again mean? Do I embrace that evil power, that evil cult, or do I try to use that power to defeat them as a sort of monster hunter that learns the monster's powers to hunt the monster? Or do I try to separate myself from that? She's a bit undecided yet.
Okay. And is there any intention or fear that she might turn into the future version of herself that you guys experienced in that dream world?
She's struggling with that too, because secretly, okay, remember when I had those gloves that were secretly cursed and we discovered until later?
Mm-hmm.
And she went berserk and started attacking everybody. She secretly really liked that power. Not the fact that I was punching everybody and hurting my friends, but the power it had. And I secretly kind of liked the idea of my future self, that she destroyed Tiamat. She destroyed that cult. So she kind of liked that idea, but she knows it's wrong. She knows that it meant sacrificing lots of people.
Okay.
But she likes that idea of destroying that cult because it's their fault that I'm like this. And it's their fault that I had to forget, and I'm this person now, that I don't remember my past.
Okay. Interesting. So it might come down to how much she's, willing to give just to destroy them. Okay, very interesting. So before I go on with my own questions, Simon has a question for Turnok. How much of the scheduling is your character, and how much is you trying to deal with whatever I'm throwing at you guys?
As a person, I am completely disorganized, but as a player, I am absolutely paranoid about these things. So, uh, I think that, the mood swings and the scheduling are the things that are reflected in the character the most about myself. But Turnock, that these things reflect on him in a really different way than it do to me. So, I still need, even though it's a trace or a side of my personality, I still need to act upon it because it acts different on it than how it does in me. So, yeah.
Okay, interesting. Um, all right, next question is for Core. So, recently, and this goes down. This goes back a fair few sessions, but actually in the world is only a few days. Core recently recovered, along with Tani, of course, from the mind control of an aboleth, and then
Yeah.
went on to reject both would-be patrons, the Clockmaker, and the same aboleth, from helping them. So, in light of that, does this change anything about how Core views patrons in general? For example, also his own god tier, or is that stronger than ever?
No, it definitely changed it. I think it for Core it started with the vision of the future self, right?
Okay.
I feel like Core hated so much the fact like what he would possibly become in that future that he started to rethink uh, the whole fact of his life being guided by the gods, even Tyr, who he still worships and he still like I don't know looks up to and everything, but uh, it's a big internal conflict right now between following the god's fate or whatever, or
Mm-hmm.
and owning his own destiny and his own actions. So it's uh, he's very conflicted right now, to
Okay.
say the least.
Yeah, yeah.
Oathbreaker.
I can imagine. Oh, I'm very interested. So his dwindling faith, right? Let's call it that. I mean, maybe it's a bit extreme, but at least his doubt in that direction. Do you think, or does Core fear that it may impact his ability to help his vampire father?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like he like of course still wants to like that's a priority, helping his father, and he. But yeah, that's the conflict, right? Like because it's not like he still has faith in Tyr, but he doesn't want like the fact that that's controlling his fate.
Yeah.
So yeah, he
Okay.
doesn't have any. Yeah,
There's definitely a duality to
yeah.
the whole thing. Okay. Well, very interesting, and I very curious where that's going to go next. Next question for Barnack. So, before we arrived in Postizia, in the capital, Barnack discovered some very disturbing information regarding his deceased grandfather, and had a falling out with his father as a result. Now that he's traveled on towards Postizia, A, how does Barnack feel about his father? And B, is his mission going forward a fact finding mission about what actually happened, or is he out for revenge?
He is not out for revenge. I'll start with that one.
Okay.
He's not out for revenge because he still has a semblance of family,
Mm-hmm.
even though he might have lost his. Um, when it comes to his father, though, Barnack is very conflicted. On one hand, he doesn't want to see him ever again, and he thinks that he's a coward. On the other hand, he doesn't want to, well, say that out loud until he finds out the full story.
Mm.
Because traveling with these people here, he understands what it means to be willing to do everything for those around him. and he doesn't know if his father had to do something similar or not. So he wants to. He is very interested in finding that out. At the same time, though, he is he trusts Jean-Jacques very much. He trusts everyone here, but he trusts Jean-Jacques when it comes to family issues because he kind of knows that Jean-Jacques might have some family issues as well. Some small ones, of course. So he doesn't want to burden everyone else with just taking, let's say, lead on just finding out everything he can about
Right.
what happened. But he soon will probably cave in a way that he does need to find
Yeah.
out.
Okay. Interesting. And interesting that he trusts Jean-Jacques the most on that particular topic. So before we jump to my last question, one more question from the chat for Nicolas. Does Jean-Jacques enjoy being a spokesperson for the group, or does it just happen out of duty? Out of necessity, let's say.
I think it's more out of necessity. I think he would prefer if he could play a different role, but he is of the mind that if a tool is good for the job, the tool should be used, right? So I think he's fine with it. I don't think he has any particularly strong feelings that either way. It would be more comfortable due to his background and role, especially in Postizia, if he could have taken a back seat. But he also know that it's not really, it wouldn't really work out that well if he did so.
Yeah.
They would accomplish less. So he's aware of his qualities and is comfortable within it, but he would like to be more in the shadows and as opposed to persuading a lot of people, deceiving and kind of like working from the background, probably.
Right.
But yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Jean-Jacques can always
question.
leave conversations to Barnack.
Yeah. He's very comfortable being the spokesperson of the group. Yeah.
All right. Last question from me for Turnok. Turnok recently learned that he was declared an outlaw in his home country of Ostracia. How has this affected him? And how does he intend to approach that matter going forward? I.e., what does he expect to happen?
Well, he definitely intends to go back and to. Well, there are consequences that need to be faced, but there are things that need to be settled first, and I cannot really go back right now because what Turnoff thinks, especially about the situation, is his odds of getting out of that court more, less imprisoned manner would be to at least, first of all, let things settle down a while and make something better, something better that will actually make up for this. So if I'm being considered as an outlaw in my home country, nothing better than to just prove them wrong that I shouldn't be considered an outlaw because I haven't done anything to deserve that title. So
that's fair.
Yep.
All right. I'm curious to find out how much he's willing to, for the sake of honor, put up with. Will he actually submit to the trial, or will he submit to the punishment as well, even if he feels that he was completely, wrongly accused?
Yeah, that depends actually, and I think that mostly depends on how fulfilled he feels about the rest of the things he needed to do. If he thinks that his duty with the order ends with punishment, that's how it's gonna go.
Fair enough. All right. And then I have actually one more question for each of you. So we're going to go through everyone really quickly, one by one. But for a time, you guys have all spent a lot of effort on following these cryptic messages from the clockmaker. But now, you've rejected her. Or at least one of you did, which seems to have been the decision for the entire party. So since then, what does each character think that the party's primary goal is at the moment in the larger scheme of things? What are they, what is their thing on the horizon that they are chasing? Shall we start with, on my screen, First is Kira.
Yeah, that's true. Suddenly, after saying basically no to the clockmaker, suddenly the golden timepiece that we have that was so sought after, suddenly it's just a piece of metal. It lost its magic. Um, but I'm thinking more towards the bigger thing. We found that timepiece in this weird cavern tunnel in back in Ashheart. That's why we were called Ashen Hearts. Um, about this elf lady and these two sister swords, and I feel like that's a way bigger thing than the clockmaker and the timepiece. But she does feel a tinge of like, oh man, because we did say no overall to the aboleth. She would have been
Mm-hmm.
uh, a bit happy if we would have said yes to the aboleth.
Okay.
But
So at the moment, it's more looking back still than necessarily what's on the horizon.
mhm.
Okay, interesting. Barnak, Milosh, what?
Um, well, Barnack doesn't really understand the grand scheme of things. That's not his forte. Um, but what he does understand is that the party itself is very keen on making things better. Doesn't matter if it's better for a single person, or if it's better for the Republic, or if it's better for one of us. It's still making things better. With Tani, we talked with her to make sure that she knows she's not alone. With Jean-Jacques, he had, well, a dinner with a cousin that went how it went. Core, we want to make sure that his father is found. With Tarnok, we are also making sure that his honor is well undisputed. So what Barnack thinks the main goal of the party is to keep doing good in the world, be it small or big.
Okay, interesting.
Apart from that, the Elven Lady, yeah, that's also very that's still a mystery that needs to be solved.
Okay, interesting. Bruno for Turnock.
So having rejected both parties there, and basically refusing to play that game because that was mostly the reason why the party rejected them. That's my understanding of this. Not wanting to be a part of that game.
Hmm.
I think that's out of play, yeah, at least in Turnock's head. Like that's not a thing anymore. And whatever repercussions from that, it's just an impediment. It's just a roadblock that we'll go through, and we'll continue to pretend that's not happening. So the long term goal and the big goal would be Basil's contract at this moment.
Okay,
Yeah,
interesting. The contract. Okay, yeah, I mean that is a huge reward, right? So, um,
exactly.
all right, then
Huge
let's
task.
let's jump over to Nicola. What does Jean-Jacques have on the horizon?
It's interesting. Yeah, I thought I was gonna say Basil's contract as well, but then Kira reminded me of the twin swords. So I think for Jean Jacques especially, the twin swords would be recovering the twin swords would be the long term kind of main objective, but followed closely by Basil's contract.
Okay,
Because Basil's contract is a lot more actionable, right?
right.
It's there, and while dangerous and totally out of their league in some sense, it is there. There's a certain set of steps that we can at least know how to follow.
Yeah,
Swords are like, well, we found a couple things, but what are
yeah.
the other two? No clue.
Yeah.
I haven't. You've also not necessarily looked into it that much in
True.
recent times,
That
so
is true.
it might be another thing that you can add to the list if you like.
Yeah, yeah.
But no, that's really interesting. And Core, any other things on the horizon for Core?
That's pretty similar, right? The elven lady thing, like that's still
Yeah.
pretty important to follow, but also um, just in general to try to help people and do good.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, my of course father is a huge thing in Core's mind constantly right now. Uh, but yeah,
Okay,
pretty
cool,
in
cool,
line.
cool. All right, well, that brings us to the end of our set of questions. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it, and see you next time. No, I'm kidding.
Bye.
That would be something. No, but then let us begin properly. As we come to Postizia on March 12th in the year 51 of the new era. Following the Ashenheart's rescue of Lady Elena Sordenbrand from the Weave Wills Asylum, they joined her for a late-night chat and courage-gathering session at the Latrine, an upscale and highly elitist tavern where the various members of government often hammer out deals which die in the common chambers of the Grand Assembly. She informed them of the details of her contract. Her husband, foolish in a way that was not like himself, decided to try and conquer the mythical tower on Solarian Isle, an enchanted island close to Postizia, which had, over the years, lured many ships to their untimely demises. Sadly, she no longer believed that her husband was alive, and required only proof of his untimely end, if the party can provide it. But more importantly, Lady Sordenbrand had another mission for the Ashenhearts, because she intends to pay them a significant additional sum if they are able to investigate those people who she believes may have had a hand in convincing her husband to go on this foolish mission, and find out why. A mission that they are tasked to undertake during the Equenical, the bi-yearly celebration that they are due to attend in 2 days. With life striving to make itself ever more complex, and one confusing and perhaps worrying tarot card reading later, the Ashenhearts made their way to Lord Fenwickstorm's estate, at whose location they've been invited to stay until their contract for protection with him is complete. It was the middle of the night, the Ashenhearts huddled under warm blankets, while a surprising cold front tried to sneak its way under doors and through shuttered windows, when Tani heard something outside of her door. And it was Tani who alerted the Ashenhearts with a loud shout to their precarious situation, seeing 2 red-sashed thugs who had snuck into Lord Fenwick's estate. In the ensuing combat, several of the thugs, and sadly one of the guardsmen who had been left unconscious in an unfortunate position, lost their lives. The others attempted to flee with Lady Rhaenyra Storm as their captive, Lord Fenwick's wife, but Tanya and Jean-Jacques managed, in a relentless pursuit, to force them to leave without their bounty and without their leader, Argyle the Blackheart. We now join them in the Storm estate, a thick blanket of cold night draped across the city. The windows again shuttered against the cold, and adrenaline having worn off, the Ashenhearts have taken to interrogating Argyle, the leader of these intruders, for any clue as to who might be behind these attacks on Lord and Lady Storm. Outside, a cold wind blows across the ruined snow around the house, chattering at the latches and closed doorways, and creeping its way into the house through the holes blasted into the walls. In the next room sit 2 more prisoners, a relatively young human woman who surrendered almost immediately when she realized that she was about to die and had been left behind, and a terrified young half-elf, male, who tried to run, but then simply pleaded for his life before Core knocked him out. I think knocked him out, right? Who is now sitting quietly on a bed where Tani was sleeping, sobbing constantly in the background. And in the master bedchamber, Lady Rhaenyra, shaken but with her senses intact, is quietly tending to her beaten husband, Lord Storm. So last we left off, you guys had indeed been talking to Argyle. Was there anything more that you wanted to add in that conversation in particular?
I think that I was already done with him. I had no
Okay.
nothing that he could add. Nothing had this.
All right. So what do you guys want to do next?
So I think that we talked last session that I was going to ask the same questions to the others, to the other 2, the same ones that I had asked Argyle.
Okay.
But I'm not sure whether we agreed on doing this in character during today's session or.
I believe we will. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So It would be really nice if I remembered what questions we asked Argyle right now, wouldn't it?
Do you want half an hour
Who
to
do you
watch the
work
VOD?
for?
Yeah, be right back. No,
Who
but
do you work for? Who ordered the attack?
Mm-hmm.
Where is the headquarters? Do you know anything of of the Scarlet Rose? Do you know who the Scarlet Rose is?
mm, yeah, yeah. So first of all, I will head to the bedroom with on the right,
Mm-hmm.
this right here, to address this one poor guy that I left with two severed bodies in front of him. There was that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just entered the room. Enter the room. What do I see?
Okay. He is sitting on the bed, bound and tied the way that you guys left him,
Uh-huh.
and he is currently just literally sobbing quietly to himself. And when you enter, he just looks up, and you can see like this tear-streaked face. Some of the tears not quite frosting over, but definitely not looking pleasant. As of course, the window in the room was left open after one of the other thugs escaped through it. And he's just kind of sitting there, shaking, shivering, and sobbing quietly to himself.
Is there a fireplace?
In the room, no.
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 So I get in. I put my sword. If not, if there's not a desk or something, I just on the bed,
Mm-hmm.
and
Kind
I
of
go.
jumps away a little bit. Just you
Yeah.
coming close.
I I try to not disturb him as I close the windows behind him.
Okay.
I do close the window. I lit up a candle if possible,
Okay.
and I sit with my legs crossed right in front of him, and I'll just look at him.
Okay.
And actually, before I do that, I'll remove the bodies
Okay.
from him, and there was enough bloodshed for tonight, perhaps. And I believe you don't want to face the same fate, do you? So, I will ask you some questions. I expect direct answers. And please control yourself. Don't start crying. That will not help right now. I don't have that much time.
You see him kind of trying not to hyperventilate, and he gets himself under control just barely.
Who do you work for?
Cat's-Eye Misers.
Sorry, what? To Kevin. Sorry, what?
The Cat's-Eye Misers. It's one of the gangs in the city. You'd heard
Okay.
the name already from Argyle previously.
Okay, okay. And why were you with them?
That's what I was being paid for. I'm sorry. Our boss, Benidorm.
Benidorm. Okay. Who's the Scarlet Rose?
I don't know.
Who does?
I don't know. I've only been here a few months. Please don't hurt me. Please.
I'm not gonna hurt you. Especially if you answer my questions and stop asking me to not hurt you. Where are you guys based currently? Where did you guys came from to attack here? Where were you taking Lady Rhaenyra?
I don't know where we're gonna take her because they were gonna leave most of us behind. But I came from a tavern.
What tavern?
It's a small thing, by the south gate, the Dusky Wench. It's a bit of a hideout, but it's not our main one. It's just where they do, we do recruiting.
It's where you do recruiting. Okay.
That's what they told me. Like he bites down another attempt to say, "Please don't hurt me," and you can really tell that that's exactly what he was going to say.
And where's your main hideout?
I don't know. They don't invite people like me. We're just grunts.
Uh-huh.
If you still have Argyle, then I heard him in the next room. He should be able to tell you.
Okay. Okay.
Please don't
Uh,
tell him I'm telling you this.
and what do I do with you?
And he finally kind of looks up and looks you in the face, and you can see that he's about to start crying again, and his voice breaks a little bit when he says, "You could let me go."
Come.
No,
You know I cannot let you go.
I don't want to die.
Well,
I was only
do you
supposed to.
have any other suggestion in mind? Or would you like me to come up with the idea?
You could give me to the Black Hats, send me to prison. I can survive in prison. I hope.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember anything else that you would like to tell me?
Um, and he starts thinking, and like he looks you in the eye one more time, and immediately just kind of breaks eye contact. He says, um, about a month ago, I stole 50 guilders from an old man at a funeral. I buried it in a tree in Osprey Park. I can show you where it is.
Yeah, I'm going to take you outside right now. You tell that information to the dwarf, okay?
Okay.
I unrestrain at least his legs,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm holding him from his shirt on the back,
Yeah. I
and
mean,
I'm
his
just
arms are bound behind as well.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like,
And I'm just conducting him outside, and I just say out loud, he knows nothing. He didn't tell me anything. If you wanna squeeze something out of them, feel free to. And I just and that behind Argyle's eyesight, I just wink at them, kind of, you know.
okay.
I want to pass on the idea that I don't want Argyle to know that something was told to me.
Okay. So during all of this, and before, before Turnock actually completely emerges and tells everyone this, right? I want to ask, what is the rest of you up to? What are you guys getting up to? Talking about? Are you hanging out with Argyle and talking with him more, or strategizing elsewhere? What's the situation?
I have a question for Carlos before we proceed. Did you tell anybody that you saw Remy talking to one of the thugs and then the thug leaving Remy alone during the fight, or not?
Oh no, not yet.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
guess, yeah, I'm telling the rest now. Like, yeah. that
Okay.
was
So
weird.
do you do this in the main living room, or do you like go elsewhere to chat?
I think elsewhere to
Okay. So
another room.
before you do, Argyle tries to catch your attention, Core, on your way out. Like you maybe sweep the room one more time with a look, making sure that everyone's tied up properly and stuff, and he just kind of tries to get your attention. Just does like, an eyebrow raise, nods over for you to kind of come over, and that's it.
Okay, I'll bite and I'll go.
Okay. So before anything is revealed, you guys, the rest of you maybe start to gather in the other room, or in the master bedroom, wherever, or in the kitchen. Core heads over back to Argyle, and he strains a little bit, and he lowers his voice, and he says to you, Core, I remember you, I think. It took me a while. But you used to work in my line of business, didn't you?
Do I recognize him? Yeah.
No, not at all.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. We used to call you the Hammer, because you cracked heads better than anyone. You cracked my head once. I was just a recruit. That was interesting. I'm guessing you haven't told your friends about any of this, have you?
Okay.
But before he actually goes into threatening, he can see you kind of processing, and he leans forward a little more and he says, I'm not going to out you, But there's a way back in, you know. If you want.
That life is I'm past that. I don't.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because the Rose remembers. I'm pretty sure. That's who you were working for, even back then, right? When they were still coming up.
You're speaking nonsense. What are you talking about?
My bad, friend. I guess I have you mistaken for someone else.
J'accuse!
He sits back down, and he does not make any attempt to, you know, call attention or somehow say anything about this, and that's it.
Okay. I'll just turn around and
Before he comes back, I'm just like, oh, Jack does like a, oh, fuck. Core, could you just bind his mouth, please? We don't want him speaking any words of power or nothing like that.
I gladly do it.
I gladly do it.
I gladly bind his mouth.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you know, grab a piece of cloth and you bind his mouth so that he you gag him. And then you join the others in the other room, and what do you guys discuss?
Okay, so I'll tell the rest of the party that I saw him like say something to one of the thugs, and they left him alone.
Okay.
Was it some weird magic, or did he persuade them, or did he say that? Well, no. If Remy's your cousin, then you should be fine, right?
No, I
Jean-Jacques.
like Remy quite a fair bit more than I usually like my cousins. Do I know? Does he have any magical abilities?
Not to your knowledge.
Not to my knowledge.
It didn't seem like magic from what I saw. It seems like he just told him something, but I couldn't hear what he said.
Jean-Jacques, how much do you know about Remy's whereabouts from the last, let's say, year or so?
Oh, nothing at all. I knew he was in Pasticcia, and don't get me wrong, Remy's not an up-and-standing citizen of the Republic by any stretch of the imagination. Quite the opposite. He's a friend because we went through a lot together. I trust him, you know, about as much as I trust most members of my family. A bit more. But that's not really a lot. There's a bear in front of my window. Let me just...
I heard the same
you go
growls.
and look, and you see two dark eyes out in the cold, staring back at you.
What?
Dark,
And-
as in, like...
Like they seem to just have the faintest glow, and seem to be set in a head larger than your own.
Like,
So-
right in front of me? Or, like...
Maybe
in the
2 meters away from the house. And then
What?
it sees you, and it backs off, and it's like a cloud of darkness closes around it.
Can I quickly cast Dancing Light? Let me just see. I think I just need to see the area. Yeah.
Mhm.
4 points within range. So, right where I see it, 4 globules of light appear just above it.
Okay. You see just the outline of this cloud of darkness that even your dancing lights can't pierce, retreating into the backyard, into the darkness. And
But
away.
Barnack, what the fuck is that? Barnack! I just kind of point to Barnack, hoping that he's the, you know.
Yeah, you guys hear something heavy landing, as if it took a leap or something. But by the time, even by the time Barnack just gets to the window, it's gone.
What?
Oh, what
What?
the fucking... There was a... I don't... Jesus fucking Christ, it's not... There was some huge-ass darkness thing right in front.
It's dark.
And I explained it in a
now.
little bit more detail, trying to convey to Barnack, like,
Okay.
what...
Would I know what it is? Would I know?
You can make a
Okay.
nature check for the sound that you all heard.
Okay.
Can my explanation help him, perchance, so that he makes this...
No, not necessarily, because everything that you explain does not coincide with any of the natural creatures
Yeah.
that you might suspect.
Can I maybe make my own?
Sure.
Because I think I have better nature than the
And I will
ranger.
say, Bruno Turnock hears this, like as he's entered the room and has just like said the things that he was saying. So he heard it probably from the doorway.
Oh, I heard it too. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
Just to kind of put everyone in the same place. This is after your
Uh-huh.
talk with the boy.
Okay.
16.
16. It's not the right sound, but the closest you can think of Barnack is a dire wolf in the city.
Which is
Weird.
not.
They're
Yeah.
not
Could
dire
it
wolves in
be-
the city typically.
Could it be the source of the killings in the Osterei dispatch? Or Lord Fennec mentioned they were hearing weird stuff during the night. Could it be that
How-
there's a direwolf here? Did he release it?
How big
From the
was it?
barn? We didn't see a direwolf in the barn, right?
I mean, I've seen a dire wolf, right? When we were in the woods near Watchhold, if I remember correctly. Or
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
We
So,
did, yeah.
having seen this thing, it looked nothing like a dire wolf, right?
No, I mean, you couldn't even really see the outline. Like, you saw the
Yeah.
eyes kind of poking out of the shadow, but the rest was just literally a cloud of darkness.
Yeah, I mean, if this thing were a dire wolf, it was no ordinary dire wolf. I'll tell you right now.
You
Well-
would have recognized a wolf if you've seen a wolf.
Yeah, I definitely would. I might be a city kid, but
Yeah.
I've seen my fair share of things in the wilderness.
Yeah. How big were the eyes?
In comparison, they were not that enormous. Maybe twice the size of, regular humanoid eyes.
Guys, is that the mystery?
No,
You
but I
guys-
mean, it's just something worth noting. We've got other
Well,
business to tend to, but
It is worth noting, and please, I have a strange feeling about this. Keep Remy close. I don't know. I just
Remy's not a werewolf, is he?
no, no.
no.
Oh, okay.
Sadly.
Okay, sorry.
Mini werewolf.
This might be the thing after Remy. That's all I'm saying. Because do you have anybody looking for you? Because this everywhere we touch, everywhere we go, like I mean, now it was after Lord Fennec, but now this thing and these guys and is there anyone hunting you, chasing you down that we're not aware of? We need to know our enemies here. And I'm not sure if we are aware of, at least I'm not aware of what parties are chasing us right now, all of them.
I don't think we're important enough for anybody to really chase us, to be honest.
Yeah, that's
Like
what I
we
was
pissed
thinking.
some people off, like these guys, recently, but I don't think this was specifically to chase us. I'm thinking there's a lot of blood and
They're
violence
happy.
that has happened.
Happy
I
hates
don't
us
think-
now.
I don't think Appy would chase us. I think Appy's happy to be free and wants nothing to do with us at all. It's perfectly.
I look at Argyle. What is it doing?
perfectly happy.
Argyle is looking around, kind of freaked about the sound that he heard, obviously more distantly.
I get close to him. I take off his
What
what's
was
it
that,
called?
Kevin? What was that
There
sound?
was a sound outside. It sounded a bit like a
Oh
howl,
my
but
God.
not quite.
Goosebumps. I have goosebumps in real life. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
as I hear that and I'm going to Argyle, I speed up.
Mm-hmm.
I take off whatever's covering his mouth. What do you know?
I send the dancing lights further out and spread them.
Okay. You rip the gag off of Argyle, and he keeps looking around. This isn't me. This isn't us. The
Okay
fuck
then.
was that?
I don't know. I just put the thing back on.
He's like, he's about to say, like, if, and then you just, you gag him again. The dancing lights spread out further.
And I would like to also be watching around.
Okay, so both of you make perception checks, and since you have the dancing lights out there, you can have normal checks instead of disadvantaged.
Oh,
Nope.
Okay, while this happens,
Three.
I noticed that I have a 16, so I'm gonna do the monk thing, that I can cure myself a little bit.
Okay.
Wholeness of
the
body.
monk thing.
Right. I mean, at this point, you guys have also been short resting pretty much again, because this has been taking some time, right? Interrogating Argyle and all of that. So you're also free to roll some hit dice if you like, and regain the things that you get back on
Great.
on short rests.
Okay.
Do we get spells back?
You're gonna
on
need
short
that.
rest?
No.
No, right?
No, unless you're a warlock, you don't get spells back on a short rest. Barnack, what was your perception?
Nope. 10 in total.
Okay. I will say, one thing that you both immediately do notice, because it's obvious to anyone who would be looking, is you briefly see just a blur of darkness moving just outside of the line of light that Jean-Jacques has raised, and it seems to be moving around towards essentially the part of the garden where you guys entered. So where the garden gates are, it seems to be moving around to that side.
Where's Kor's Mastiff? Is it still out there?
I think so, yeah. Wait.
No,
Or did you de-summon it?
I think we mentioned he got desummoned. I didn't do it.
Yeah, I think you desummoned it, right? Because otherwise you had to take it everywhere. The enormous
I
beast.
just left him. Like,
So it's effectively, by the way, just moving like here. Like here.
Let me check. No, it's more like it's so you guys are because you guys
Is
moved
this
into
a different map?
It is, yeah, I remade it in so that I had copyright. But
okay, actually, while you guys are looking, I'm summoning him again.
okay, so you're gonna take the time. I think it's 10 minutes,
Yeah.
right, to start summoning him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I
Immediately
I'm
start.
going
will
to,
rush to the master bedroom then.
Okay.
and I'm going
Moving
to
here?
the other bedroom, the one there's the other footpad. I wanna see what she's up to.
Okay. You rush into the master bedroom. Don't see anything outside. You move. We move with our camera to Turnock, checking on the footpad and looking out the window. You, Turnock, very briefly see one glinting eye peering into the window, but the moment it makes eye contact with you, it's gone.
I shut the fucking window.
The shutters,
Yeah.
okay? So
Yeah.
immediately you shut them closed.
Did you see that? I turned to her.
This is the him, right? This is the boy, or are you in the other one?
Oh no, the boy I took it outside.
Oh, okay.
to The
Right.
living room
Sorry.
with us,
Then yeah,
and now-
she kind of looks over. Then the other prisoner does, and she was looking at the window the same as you, kind of following your gaze. And you can see a really kind of impassive expression on her face, but she nods. Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
With this girl.
because that was the one I shut.
Mhm.
I'm going to grab her by the arm and take to the living room as well. I'm not leaving anybody alone.
You pull her up to her feet, and she comes along, without restraint. And everyone kind of starts gathering up in the living room, seemingly.
Yeah.
Do
I
you
will
tell?
invite the Rodian lady. Be like,
Okay.
would you please come with us into the living room? There is something outside.
She's kind of like, she's still dabbing at his head with a wet cloth, and kind of, she's bundled him up in the blankets of the bed, because of course it's cold and he was knocked out. So she actually looks over at you and she looks at the window and she says, I can't move him. I need help if that's the case.
With my 11 strength, or 10, 10 strength, 11 strength. Do I
I'll
get a
help
sense
you.
that I can actually carry him?
Between the
Not a
two
huge
of you,
guy,
you
right?
could kind of shoulder him into the living room.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
So
right,
yeah.
we'll keep him with us.
All right. So everyone starts getting moved into the living room. I suppose Lord Storm will be allowed onto the couch.
Yeah.
Barnack, your token is in the way. But
And they're
anyway,
all
you know, we don't need the tokens yet, but just so we know where everyone is. Yeah, so you
Is
all
that
gather up, and
Yeah, as that I now see that everybody's inside and safe. The front door is not yet shut, right?
not to my knowledge. I mean, it was closed by the guys coming in to make it, you know, look as natural as possible, but it's not shut.
And isn't there a
fully.
hole in the wall?
There is a
Where?
hole in the wall, yeah.
I am going to step outside and
Wait, Tarnok, wait.
Okay.
Let's just make sure that we have at least 2 groups covering both exits. So not you alone.
Also,
Or-
remember that we are at a severe disadvantage here. I am useless at this point.
I hear something.
where is that coming from?
Lady Rainier, has this happened before?
It's coming from outside of the front door.
Have you heard this before, lady?
She's like tucking in her husband, and she looks over. No,
Has anyone
never had
heard this before?
The other two, both the footpad chick. No, Argyle shakes his head.
That's a creepy sound.
Does it sound like one or more, Kevin?
It sounds like one.
Have I finished summoning the Mastiff?
No, this is taken about 2 minutes.
Okay, wow.
You still have
Okay.
like you're standing in the corner and kind of, you know, going through all the ritualistic movements and speech, and slowly summoning into existence your hound, for which we'll use a dire wolf if it comes to combat. So you'll actually have a dire wolf if it comes to that.
Nice.
So Tarnok, don't go alone.
Yeah, so
I have good eyes. Let's you and I go to the front door. Maybe I can see
Okay.
what's there.
Okay.
Or can you guard the other hall, just to be on the safe side, Core?
You and Danny, because I think Core and I
Yeah.
see Core summoning a
I'm just
mastiff.
like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
not
just
Core.
go to and I turn
Not
to
Core, then.
yeah.
Tani.
Yeah.
Give Tani backup, some backup if she needs, and drop the summoning if that's the case, please.
Yeah.
And I get in front of Baranek. I have that gesture of my hands on his chest, you know, walking in front of him,
Yeah.
sword in hand, and I open the door and I step outside. And I
Okay.
literally step outside and I am in the front door. Preferably like one step away from the door itself, like at least a meter from the front
Okay.
door. Yeah.
Okay, so you slowly step outside and you begin to see something just beyond the front door. And as you do, sorry, I was setting up the scene. So we see Turnock here moving out the front door, Barnack right behind.
Not yet updated, by the way. Okay.
It is now.
during the night.
But in the stream, it's close to the bedroom,
Yeah.
not in the garden. Okay.
There it is. And yeah, with Barnack and Turnock moving out here, you both come face to face with these two gleaming eyes in the darkness, floating almost in midair. Sometimes you think you see the outline of a maw of some kind, similar to what you would expect on a wolf, but just like a little bit of black fur that you see, but matted and wet, and not looking healthy, before it just kind of gets enveloped in darkness again. And beyond that, just two pale eyes staring at you. And you get the impression that from the way that this spot in the darkness moves, where, you know, those of you with dark vision, you can see around it, but it itself, that your dark vision cannot penetrate. And it just moves to and fro, kind of seeming to be pacing from left and right, and left to right.
I'm following that sight. Like, if it's staring at me, I'm staring it back. Like,
Okay.
dead. Without blinking. Not even thinking about it. Like,
Tarnok,
yes.
I have no idea what this is.
Me neither, but it's not attacking us.
I can try to find out what it is if you can give me a few minutes. Well, a minute just there.
I'm just standing here. If it does something, it'll do something.
Well,
And
a
as it
trash
growls, I'll slightly growl back. Like,
Okay.
Just on a side note, the way the sound carries through the headphones.
Yeah.
Weak as fuck.
So you start to kind of growl back a little bit, and it falls silent almost like pretty soon after that. It starts to seemingly back up a little bit. The pool of darkness begins to back off for the moment. And then you watch as the eyes disappear into the darkness, and it's almost like it starts to float. And it seems to take a leap, and it jumps further away until it passes beyond your vision into the darkness.
While
It
it
went,
was
but
doing
it
that,
went away.
Yeah.
while it was doing that, could I have cast Hunter's sense on it?
Do you need to see the target for that?
You gain the ability to peer at a creature and magically discern how best to hurt it.
Peer into sounds like see it.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
sounds like
wait,
something you
that's-
would have to actually see.
But that's not it. I meant the other thing. Let me see. For 1 minute per level. Yeah, it wasn't that. It's primal awareness. That was.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely do that. So, and what is it that you're trying to achieve with that exactly?
To see if it is anything from aberration, celestial dragon, elemental fey, fiends, and undead.
None of those.
As the creature goes away, essentially,
Mm-hmm.
I get into the house and I just say, we need to get rid of the dead. The dead bodies need to go. We don't know what this thing was looking for, but it's gone for the moment. But we need to get rid of the dead bodies. We cannot risk that it's just bloodthirst. And we attracted them to here, so. As I say that, I'm just standing there with my eyes closed, like really just trying to concentrate, and I'll stay like that for a few minutes.
Okay. So, are other people busy trying to get rid of the dead bodies?
Well, before we do, I think I'd approach Lady Rhaenyra
Mm-hmm.
and inspect the Lord. Does it seem like his wounds have been, sanitized and he's been stabilized?
Yeah, pretty
There's-
much. Core, I think, had a look at him as well earlier.
Okay.
And he's definitely, stable. He just got a really bad bump on the head.
Yeah.
That will probably knock him out for the next day or so.
Yeah. So I'll look at the lady and I'll ask, my lady, I'm sorry to disturb you in this moment. I know that you've gone through a lot already, but do you have a coach or a wagon or some form of transportation in the manor itself?
She kind of thinks for a moment. No, we use city services.
Christ almighty. All right. I do not believe that it is wise to stay in the house tonight.
What are we going to? Are we going to move my husband with that thing out there? Isn't this the safest place around? I mean, where are we going to go?
Well, I was hoping that you had a wagon or a coach that we could use, but if that's not the case, Zach look at her like, you don't think I thought about that?
Yeah, but she's just like, oh, fuck. Okay.
But I take a look at her and I say, I'll confer with the rest of the group, but I mean, your windows are shattered to bits. There's blood and gore all over the place. It's not just danger from hostile creatures. It's also disease. And yeah, but sit tight for the moment. I'll see what we can do.
Okay.
Jean-Jacques,
Yeah.
Tarnok. Well, Tarnok, you're honestly great at strategy and defense, and Jean-Jacques, you know how to talk. Core, Core, you're still summoning. I won't disturb you. Tani, do you guys think that we can defend this house from whatever that is? From whatever that is. That, yeah, I hear that, and I don't like that.
That's a different thing, or are they back?
You guys
I'm not
look
even turning around.
That was not a sound in the air. That was a sound in your head. You're very
In
aware of a
whose
telepathic
head?
communication. All of you.
Yeah, fuck you. Okay, I'm goosebumps all over my body. I was totally focused on what I was going to do next.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
That's not Pax, right? Pax? Aboleth? Dude? No.
Donnie, don't
Just making sense of
say,
it. Just
don't
making
say
sense of
those
it.
words. Don't. If this is not in play, you don't want to bring this to here right now, okay?
Right.
Wait,
That's true.
everyone heard this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're back, and I just have my sword, and yo, full combat stance, like going nuts, all eyes everywhere, just checking out every interest, every spot, and if I see it again, I'm going to attack.
Okay.
Get the prisoners first in a single room that's already protected.
I need to do some. So I'll use my action, Kevin, to convert 5 sorcery points into a level 3 spell,
Okay.
and I'm gonna sacrifice in quick succession. Which will take me 12 seconds. So just let me know if I'm interrupted. 2 level 1 spell slots to gain the further 2 sorcery points, and then an action to convert that into a second level spell slot. That is a total of 8 sorcery points that I will be using.
Okay. You go through the process. Turnock takes up his protective stance. Core is probably feverishly trying to finish the summoning of his hound, which is very close. It's just on the cusp. And nothing interrupts you. So you manage to convert your spell slots.
Get the prisoners. Isn't Lady Storm? Isn't the kitchen surrounded by stone, actual stone?
It is.
Let's get all of you there. The ones that are tied up, they should stay tied up.
My lady, we were told that you heard some sounds in the night. There was some. What did you hear in the past? Did you hear this wail right now in your mind?
No, nothing like that. Footsteps mostly, but not regular ones. It's been reported throughout the district. As far as I know, anyway, from the nobles that we talk to, that there's been something, maybe people sneaking through the gardens and through the houses trying to find places to burglarize. But no, nothing like this ever. This is. We should get to the kitchen. Yeah.
Let's
someone
continue
help?
this conversation in the
Yeah,
kitchen.
yeah. We'll
Let's get to the
continue this.
kitchen.
Yeah, I grab the 2 prisoners and I go with them first.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Nicola. And I just throw them in there and I say,
Okay.
you've seen what I can do. I'm going to do way worse to you if you move a single muscle. Don't interact with Lady Rhaenyra. I'm sorry, Rhaenyra. And don't interact with Lord Fennec. Shut the fuck up and stay there. And if you behave well, I might be merciful towards you too. And I just head outside and start conducting the other ones.
Okay.
As he does that, as he comes out, and because I was standing like ushered Lady Rhaenyra and then stood next to Argyle, and as he comes to me, I just put a hand on his shoulder and I said, the law is the law, but who could really fault us if we were to simply forget to usher this outlaw with us into a safe place with a dangerous beast outside? And they're just looking dead in the eyes, no expression.
You see he's trying to say something. There's not outright panic, but there's definitely alarm in his eyes at this point. Do you ungag him at any point, or this is just how it's going to be?
Jean-Jacques just looks at Turnock.
Okay.
At this point, while you say this, I just we'll discuss this in a few minutes, which I think we have a more urgent matter at hand, and I just keep them in there. But at any point in time, I was denying that possibility.
Okay.
Well, are we all there? Can we all hear
Well, yeah, you can
Jean-Jacques saying this?
Feel free to move your tokens to where you actually intend to be.
I think you could, yeah.
Except me, right? I'm still in the corner.
Jean-Jacques, remember that even though we are good people, we still value survival. And having someone in front of us being eaten while we are fighting them might also be a good strategy. Just saying.
So I can look at very good point, Barnak. And then glance at Argyle. Is he still trying to say something?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I glanced at him as well.
At least he still signals that he intends to speak.
Yeah. I kind of like be mindful of what you say, friend, and I pull down the gag.
Okay. He takes that advice very seriously. So before he actually starts speaking, he takes a moment to reconsider what he was about to say. He looks up at all of you, and he says, "Look, everything between us is something that you, like we say, is a game that we play. This is survival. I know you have no reason to trust any of us, but I will fight for my life as hard as any of you. So if you need another hand in this fight, don't forget that. You saw what we can do. It is not minimal."
Indeed. Noted. Put the gag back in place. And then ask Barnak for help to carry him into the other room.
All right.
Can I
Like, no.
study his expression for a second to see if he's lying or if he, I
Make
don't
it-
know,
Go ahead, make an insight check.
if he's with those.
I'm imagining you
Creaky
guys are
voices?
carrying Argyle, like literally with chair and all, into the next room.
Natural 20, 26 insight.
Nice. He is definitely afraid, and yet, means everything that he says regarding survival and that he's good in a fight, and yet you detect some hint of a lie. You just can't pinpoint what it is, but you detect just the slightest hint of a lie in there somewhere.
Okay. I imagine that I'm around here, and so I'll say that to Jean-Jacques because he's close. There's something about it that he's lying. He is afraid. He will fight for his life, but there's no knowing if he'll. Okay, so something on the map. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Oh.
That's Core summoning his.
Oh god.
his hand.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's like we have
Jesus.
a huge thing there.
By the way, before we continue, can I just say thank you, Simon, for the 3-month subscription and the bits? Thank you. Incredible.
Covers.
But yeah. Core, I'm giving you
Man.
control of the direwolf and the character sheet. So that will be your hound, essentially your giant mastiff hound.
Did you have summoned like a horse?
Well, he's only resummoning now, right? The actual, like, if he wants to change it, I think he has to do it again.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no knowing if he'll turn on us during any fight or something. There's something about him.
He's probably lying about just surviving and not trying to let go, to leave. That's in my mind. He's probably just going to try to leave.
So
Just while they're talking, like everybody's already accommodated, right? In the kitchen.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just you guys who are not yet in the kitchen because you haven't moved your tokens.
Yeah.
Because
Where's Remy?
we're not moving to the kitchen.
Okay.
what about
Remy's in
those
the
dead
kitchen.
bodies X'd out? Did we move them?
The dead bodies, yeah, you can move them anywhere that you've wanted to. So yeah, go.
Oh, yeah, we were starting to put them like we did put them in the snow, right? We did put them outside.
Okay.
first.
Also,
Yeah.
all the bodies go outside. Fair enough.
I do remember that we talked about last time how we took care of the bodies and how we laid to rest the guard and stuff.
That might have slipped past me. So, but yeah, that makes sense. I do remember the guard. I just didn't know it was the other ones as well. But that's fine. That's fair and fine. So Turnok, you get an additional piece of inspiration, a point of inspiration, thanks to the chat. So there you go. We they can use channel points for that. So congratulations.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
All right. So with the bodies outside, no sign of the creature for the last, let's say, 10 minutes, as Core, since Core started summoning and everything. You've seen it once, and then it disappeared into the darkness. It's now only all of you who are gathered here in the living room, while the rest of the people in the house huddle in the kitchen. Remy hiding more than anyone, not even really being seen inside the kitchen itself, using his stealthy skills to just tuck himself away as well as possible. What do you guys want to do?
And the kitchen doesn't have any windows or other.
No, the kitchen is completely dark, and the only other entrance would be the chimney, through which the smoke escapes.
Let's have someone burn a torch in the kitchen, just so they can see all if something comes their way, and let's position ourselves a bit better.
I will.
So
Instruct my direwolf to go and go patrol outside the house
Okay.
to see if and to see if he hears or smells something.
and I have the front door open and I'm standing in front of the front door. Like I assume
Okay.
I'm taking the position that I had previously, but this time
Alright.
closer to the door. I'm literally yeah. That's where did that came from?
Just
That came
outside.
from.
It's too
Yeah, okay.
distant to pinpoint exactly. But I will say that, you kind of, Turnock has a kind of startling moment as the direwolf. Well, it's not direwolf, right? We're using the direwolf token, but as the horse-sized mastiff that Kor summoned into existence to serve as his mount, moves past you, and you for a moment you hear like the sniffling and the large body trying to get past you, and you're about to like strike behind you, and then you realize, oh shit, it's Kor's creature, and it starts to patrol outside, just moving up and down the garden.
I'll try to have the mastiff always in my eyesight as well, if possible.
Okay.
If it moves way past, I'll try to signal it to it, see if it reacts to a command or something.
Okay.
Just to and try to make it stay within eyesight. I don't want.
Okay.
Yeah, it's smart, so it can definitely.
Okay, so yeah, then it will kind of patrol between where it is now and the barn, and then just keep coming back and forth. What are Tani, Kor, and Jean-Jacques doing? And Barnack, actually, on the inside.
I will get a fire going in the kitchen.
Okay.
To make sure that Lord and grab maybe some like blankets, or if I don't know if the couches are like traditional Victorian style, just slab of wood with some cushions, or if they're like actual.
They're full blown sofas, but they have additional cushions on them as well. So
So I'll grab some of those, make sure to make him comfortable, and get a fire going. Maybe put a pot on to cook some tea, and I'll be on the lookout, but I'm currently making sure that they're situated.
Okay, and Barnack and Tani and Kor.
There was a hole in the wall, right?
Yeah, it's like yes, it's like through the front door. Essentially, like the front door has this kind of protrusion, right, out towards the outside, and it's through that from the sides that
But Turnock's there, so
yeah, Turnock is there, and it's not a huge hole. Like it's maybe this big, just where the lightning bolt shot through.
I'll go and board up the windows, like with armors or furniture or whatever.
Okay. So you start boarding up the windows. I'm guessing in the living room primarily, because
Start with the living room.
All right. So you.
There are no windows in the kitchen at all, right?
No, none. And Tani and Barnack.
I'm thinking.
Are these dogs in real life in some ways?
Yeah, they're my
These
dogs.
are real.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like,
It's that time. It's right before our break, and my dogs are.
These I know.
So
Restless.
they need to be part of the game. But if you like, you can envision that somewhere in the distance, you hear a dog barking quietly in the night, afraid and worried.
Yeah. They detect that presence.
Turn around to Jean-Jacques and to Kor and Tani, the ones that are closer to me, say, guys, two things. I can make us completely silent and everyone else silent. And two, I can make us a bit more stealthy. That might also
Yes,
help.
please.
Well, let's just wait for right now. We're in a building. I don't think it's seen us, right? Let's see what happens.
Seen me.
See me too.
And I'm like, just put in the head,
Was that a growl, Kevin? Was that a growl?
I love your paranoia.
Sorry.
As you guys are busy outside Turnock, you view this
Uh-huh.
near the barn. Kor's mastiff stops, and they begin exchanging growls with something. This
Yeah.
dark presence that you see just beyond. But before you can even think to start moving, it leaps at the mastiff and begins fighting. And you watch as the mastiff just disappears into this cloud of darkness for a moment before it drops, and you get your first proper vision of the creature that seems to be stalking you. And you see this sinuous, lanky, completely emaciated creature. It resembles a direwolf itself, but at the same time it's almost more werewolf. And it has like this matted hair everywhere, just kind of as if it's been drenched in some kind of slime. But worse than that, you see from the glint of the moonlight hitting the body as it's fighting and moving, you see that there are metal pieces embedded in the flesh in a grotesque perversion of skin. And as it moves, every piece ticks, ticks, ticks forward, and seemingly interconnected, it weaves a sort of machinery embedded in the flesh as the creature moves, and it seems to be in sync with its own attacks as it attacks Kor's hound.
Uh-huh.
What do you
Well,
do?
so I immediately scream inside for everybody to come out.
Mm-hmm.
And as I signal to them, I don't wait for them to come, but I start to go towards the fight. Actually, I start going towards Kor's
Okay.
Mastiff.
All right. You start running, and Kor, could you please roll the attack for the direwolf?
I start running after Turnock too.
Okay.
See, how do I?
It's a character sheet just like yours. It just has an NPC layout, and you just click on the
Before
actions.
you move, Milosh, Jean-Jacques looks towards Barnack and says, "Try to keep an eye out on the entrance to the kitchen. Think you should have enough of you from over there." And he will like stay also within the house, but
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. All right, Core an 11. So as your mastiff attempts to fight back, it tries to fight or it tries to bite into the creature as Turnock is rushing up to help, but in that moment, the creature itself bites back, and this horrendous maw opens up, and Turnock, you're the only one to witness this at this time, and you see that some of the teeth have been replaced with something metal as well, glinting differently than the other teeth. And as it grapples down on top of the dog, wow, it did a total. So it hit with a 22 and a 21, which I'm pretty sure hit the direwolf's AC. And it did 22 damage with the bite and 15 points of slashing damage with its claw attack, which is 37, which is how much HP the creature has.
Rip.
So
one shot.
Yeah, so you watch Turnock as you're rushing up, trying to help. You get just close to range, and you watch as the maw like just clamps down onto the giant mastiff's neck, just rips it away, and the hound just because it's essentially still an ethereal spirit, it still begins to howl, just in a more deathly, a sort of death howl, and then it just thrashes and claws at the body of Kor's hound, before the whole body, just kind of like mangled as it is, just suddenly disappears back into the ethereal plane where its spirit will reform. And in that moment, it sees you, and it just takes a leap and begins to rush away. But you see on the ground are two little, seem almost like insect-like or rat-sized insects made of metal. Clockwork insects. And as you come into range, the creature jumps away, and both of them start rushing at you. I'm going to need you to roll a single wisdom saving throw, please.
I'm gonna go save my roll 20 luck. Although I do need some luck right now. So that's a 19.
Okay. So as both jump at you, the first one you kind of swat to the side. The second one, like, it literally launches itself like a face hugger. And it lands on your shoulder and it skitters down the back of your armor almost. It pushes itself up into it as if it's deforming to adjust to the space. And then you feel a cold rush down the back of your spine. For a moment, you begin to feel drowsy. The whole world spins around you. Somewhere distantly, you hear the growl again. And then you steel yourself. You find your inner peace, your center. And you resist. And that cold rush climbs back up your spine almost as quickly. And you feel something kind of push itself out of your armor. And when you turn around, you see one of the creatures lying on its back, completely inert. Just a piece of metal that's been discarded.
Yeah, I am going to pick it up. I'm going to pick it up.
Okay.
And Tani's, well, from what I understood, Tani's right behind me.
Yeah,
Right?
I ran after
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
I just, with one hand holding the thing and another one on my shoulder, I just signal to her, rush back inside. That there's no fighting against this thing, and I think it's one away. Let's just. And I am returning, and well,
You okay?
I don't know. I get inside, and I sit down at the couch. You know, I throw like I lean back a little bit with a hand on my shoulder, like still a little bit shook, and I throw the thing on the table, like and I point to Jean-Jacques. Just
All right. So, Jean-Jacques, let's get your response and then let's take our break.
Yeah.
And we'll be back in 30 minutes.
there was
So
another
just kind
howl.
of sighs, and he's like, "What did that fucking become? The expert for the weird?" And I just kind of approach it, and I start
Perfect.
inspecting it.
All right. So, with Jean-Jacques inspecting the clockwork creature that Turnak has brought inside, we'll go ahead and take our break, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for the subs. That's incredible. Like, thank you. I will be hanging out here, chatting with the chat and, hanging out. If you guys have questions or comments or whatever, I will be here. I'm just going to take a 1-minute sabbatical to get some water. And the rest of us will be back in 30 minutes at 8 p.m. CET for the rest of our session.
Before we leave, either put something over your camera or something so it doesn't mess up the whole layout.
Yeah, I mean, actually, that is easiest. But if you do turn your camera off, don't worry. I have a theater mode now, so I can change it before we go live again.
I just roll away.
All right. So let's go with that. And muting the output so you guys are completely off, and then I can put myself back here. All right. Hey gang, what's up? How's it going? Pretty intense session so far. I hope you guys are enjoying it. It has been quite an adventure to do this way. Let me make that a little bit bigger. There we go. How's everyone doing? You guys enjoying? Transition. This theater mode is really cool. And let's check some Twitter as well. I saw there was some really nice messages coming in. Let me check that out real quick. Oh, it's just another GIF thread. Oh boy. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean, thanks to you for Sirenscape, because I've always loved the idea of being able to hit, certain cues really perfectly on time, and Sirenscape is really, really great for that. So, the only unfortunate thing is I just don't have enough things saved yet in a place where it's easily accessible, so I'm a little limited on the actual sounds I can apply. But I have what I need for tonight, so. Let me see here. Oh god. All right. But yeah, wow, thank you, by the way, again for the subs. That's incredible. Yeah, the search is quite good, but the problem is I'm really prone to pressing the play all, which I had a problem with before I started the stream today. I was pressing the play all repeatedly instead of the individual sounds that I want. And not all of the sounds are necessarily described super well. So I struggle a bit with that. But so far it's super cool. I really love it. Yeah, that's okay. And sometimes it just resets the volume, but still Sirenscape is incredibly cool. Yeah. Gosh, I'm really excited what's going to happen next. Although I suspect, depending on the character choices, it may, become a runaway session, which is fun to see that danger really instilled in the players to that degree. But we'll see. Maybe they'll fight it. Maybe they'll run. Maybe they'll do both. You never know. Right, I needed to get some water. Giving inspiration to the players. No, I don't think it's necessarily common. But I had, I'm inspired by people, who set up their whole stream around the chat gets to decide certain things, which I think is really cool. It's not necessarily something I would do, with the heavy story approach that I have. It's just not convenient to have a lot of interference from the chat. But I was like, little things can be really, really nice, especially if since we maintain now a system where inspiration is A, they can have up to 3 points of inspiration, and B, they can also award 1 point of inspiration to each other per level. So, over a level, that's a long time, right? So you only have 1 point to give, but as a reward for, a really emotional or a really interesting or engaging piece of content or moment that they have in the session, piece of content, as a reward for that, they can reward each other. And I was like, why not have the same thing for the chat, I might have to adjust the pricing a bit depending on how fast people will be earning channel points and things like that, but I've set it at 1 inspiration per chatter for now, which, as long as we're still a small channel, that's fine. And in the future I might reduce the amounts or increase the prices for it, so that only really long time viewers can be giving that kind of inspiration to the players for that time, because otherwise they'll have inspiration like every second minute, which wouldn't be convenient either. But I think it's pretty cool way to have a little impact on the game, especially when you want a particular character to succeed in a particular way in a scene. That is cool. I should probably tweet out that we're on break. I'm just currently on break and chatting with the stream. Super excited to see what the Ashen Hearts do next, as they are stalked by a creature in the night. Back with the actual game at TTRPG, D&D, DD5E, small streamer, Twitch. Oh, I don't have space anymore. Oh, that's fine. There we go. All right. All right. But I'm really happy that the new setup is working out as well. Because of course with with the new layout always comes a few challenges trying to get everything set up properly. But everything worked out pretty quickly, and everyone fits into their frame reasonably well, which is nice. And any money that we make from subs and donations like you guys are giving tonight is all going to go to upgrading our setups first. So anyone who needs a new webcam, who needs a better connection or whatever, it's all going to come out of the income from the stream. So the Clockwork Minions, not at all, because those I had in mind already before I ever saw the Rune Keep, because Clockwork is kind of a central theme in their stuff so far. There's also the Clockmaker, the patron that they spurned, but the darkness. I had the creature in mind already, and the darkness was such a perfect addition to make it even creepier. So that's what I drew from you, and I really appreciate that you recognize it, because it was such a cool thing to have, and I was like, I want to do something similar, but in my mind, seeing a creature enveloped in darkness was immediately a recipe for creepiness. So I wanted to kind of combine it into, well, what you see now, which is this thing prowling about. Hey, Tailmonger, how you doing? Nice. Well, thank you for checking in. I really appreciate it. I can't wait to get back and see what the party gets up to, because it's been a pretty creepy session so far, from what I gather, for them, and it's going to be pretty fun to see what they do with it. Someone liked my tweet called Chaotic Dumb Rogue. What a fantastic name. Chaotic Stupid and Chaotic Dumb together again. Alright, let me throw up my Zoom chat real quick. Oh no, everyone's still chilling and eating. Okay. In that case, I will just be right back. I just need to put a chat or a text on the screen so I can go and use the bathroom real quick. Because I really enjoy actually chatting with you guys during the break, so I can have a little bit of interaction and know what's going on with everyone. So let's see. Let's find a good font. Oh God, here comes my incessant need for everything to be perfect. All right. So. Yeah, they seem to be scared shitless for now. I'm curious how that's going to continue. All right, transition that, and then turn myself off real quick. Yes. All right. No, actually, I don't have to. I'll be right back. All right. See you guys in a minute. I should probably mute, otherwise it's going to get real awkward real fast. Hey, hey. We'll have to see. Oh yeah, I need to put the whatchamacallit? I need to put the levels of the characters on the stream. Right, that's what I forgot in the overlay for this week. That's God. I love this theater mode. It's so cool. Okay. Just gonna get everything in order for me to get started again. There we go. Alright. Turnock's schedule. I feel kind of guilty for always ruining Turnock's schedule, but I think that's also my job as a DM, so that's just the way it be. Yes, they have the Equinical, large-scale celebration and social gathering during which they need to complete like 3 major quest lines. So that'll be interesting. What's the clip right there? Me saying that I ruined Turnock's schedule? I'm curious if the party's going to sacrifice the prisoners to get out of the house. That'll be interesting. A nice moral conundrum. I'm so excited to use my new dice, and I still haven't given myself the chance yet. These are from Mod Artifice on Twitter. They're incredible. It won't fucking focus though. Oops. Should probably not be cursing, but oh well. It is a mature stream, so I have marked it as such. You just have to sleep in late and come back later. So theater mode, both OBS and Streamlabs have this, where you actually get to see a preview of what you're doing, and then you can push it to live. It's basically developing, or the way that the developers do as well. So you have your sandbox to play in, and then you can push it live when you're actually happy with the changes you've made, so that you're not live updating on the stream constantly. So for example, right now, I already have on my left side, I have the whole layout again, with everybody in the right places and stuff like that. And the moment that we're all back, I'm just going to press transition, and we're all going to be back in place and ready to go. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right. You know, in a weird way, these have probably been the longest 3 days of anyone's lives ever in D&D. Just because they've been getting so much stuff done in that time, you know, important developments, but it's like important developments constantly. I'm thinking probably they'll need some time to actually unwind at some point, because they're just running high strung the whole time. But we'll see if it breaks them or if they keep a cool head. Holy shit. I just noticed Carlos's background is super cool. It's like a dark tower kind of thing. Well, not the dark tower, but a dark tower. You guys will see it in a minute, I suppose. I just realized I was looking at the preview. But yeah, I just want to say again, by the way, I'm seeing 16 viewers right now. I appreciate every single one of you so much. I know some are my players, who I also appreciate so much, but the rest of you hanging out, supporting us and everything is... I mean, I can't... As someone who is good with words, I can't even express it, which is saying something. Yeah, you are right, Simon. It is kind of our job, right? And if you do it well, with subtle nudges and everything. That's the most satisfying, because you're not actually doing anything outright. It's just like a little nudge here, a little nudge there, and just kind of keep going that way. That's the interesting way. Just see what you find, and then everything they find just freaks them the fuck out. Hey, in Victim to Go, by the way, thank you for following as well. I saw the follower notification from this afternoon in my inbox just now. A little sound effect there, yeah. The sound effects are adding so much, but I've always loved running tense situations like this, where there's a promise of something happening, but it's not actively happening right now. I've always been good at it as well. Even back in World of Warcraft, I used to have, I used to do a watch together on YouTube and have a playlist of sound effects, and I would send it to fellow role players and then DM in the game, just pure text, and walk them through. And like the best things that I ever did were always the tense situations where players were trying to figure something out. You know, it was mysterious. There was some kind of implication of underlying darkness, and the right sound effect at the right time, just it has such a perfect influence on how things progress. I love it. Let me see here. Oh my. Thanks for the sub, Milosh. I mean, I'll have to thank you in person in a moment as well, but thank you. Really appreciate it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've all been super amazing about the whole having the sound live, actually, so that's been pretty good. Hey, Inflatable Cat, nice to have you. How are you doing tonight? Are you ready to be a little creeped out? That's what we're doing in the stream today, apparently. An emotional roller coaster. That's what we're here for. Should watch them when I drop a bombshell. That's fun. Like an emotional bombshell. I should probably do this, actually. That seems about right. Yeah, I have the advertisement up for maps and quests. But we haven't actually gotten to the battle map yet that he might provide, so we'll see. Doing good. Having a good time. I apparently I'm creeping my players out. Creeping my players out, which is fun. Sorry, Kira. I would say I don't mean to make you cry, but I mean to make everyone in this game cry at some point. You know, not in the active way of hurting people so they cry, but in the having someone so invested that they start tearing up. That's my favorite thing. Yeah, the recap is doing good. I'm thinking of trying to find a way of putting the currently command on the stream screen as well, so that it's somewhere in view at all times. That would be kind of cool. You know, I could put like Tales of Edeah and the Ashen Hearts left and right, for example, and have the currently section at the top, right over my head, so that people see it easily. That would be good. I just have to find a way to make Stream Knives read a file that's fed by what I put into Nightbot, I guess. Or Nightbot to read the file that I create. We'll see. Time to do some digging in Sirenscape and really use this for the next sessions as well. You know, it doesn't always have to be creepy, but it can add so much atmosphere. More even than I expected, to be honest. It is so much cooler than I imagined. What does this do? Yeah, perfect. Well, go ahead and clip it. Post me on Reddit. We'll see. I'm curious how that's gonna go. Probably half the people love it and half the people admonishing me for what I've said so far. Do you mean by opening scene the actual introduction or what came before with the questioning and stuff? Creature feature. Saving throws HQ, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm not. I'm sorry. My brain is full of things, so I'm currently not catching on to your meaning. The creature feature. You mean the way that I introduced the creature? Oh man, we're almost back. I really want to get started again. 30 minutes at this point was you know, we have to have it because it's a long session, but still. Yeah, I think the introduction went really well. I was really excited to do an introduction that didn't start with me saying you notice X, but rather playing the sound and seeing the players notice it. Like that was super fun, like the freak out, and first the kind of humor, which was very appropriate, right? Because if you're standing there and you hear the sound, you might be like, oh, ha ha ha, and then you look and it's like, oh shit. That was really good. At least I really enjoyed it, and the way that it played out. It just opens up so many more doors because sound is one of the few senses you can actually stimulate properly. And it's the same with, you know, visuals as well, but plonking down a token on a map is not nearly as immersive as the sound was when we first heard the creature. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'm probably gonna go back and just watch that after the stream tonight. Just watch them freak out. Or all of their faces, because they went from jovial and funny to, oh god, why? So I think, let me check here. Hey gang, you guys wanna pop up on the stream already and chat with me a bit before we get started again properly? Alright, let me push you guys back to the main scene here. So, hi, welcome back. How are you guys doing? Is he tired of my shit? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Oh.
Lasting weeks now.
Right, yeah. I mean, this day has been lasting weeks for us, but
Yeah,
it's also an
exactly.
appropriate reaction for him to be properly tired of everything that's going on.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
thought
no,
I
the
had
sound
no sound.
I had still
No, no.
muted you guys. I forgot that that's a separate button to.
No, okay. Yeah, but Sherlock is indeed really tired. He just wants, perhaps a bedroom for himself.
Mhm.
Maybe.
Yeah, I get you.
No
But-
drinking, no party. Just sleeping.
Yeah, I mean it really depends on, but I could also imagine that with all the shocks and the things that they've had to endure recently, I could very much imagine that the party just chooses to kind of take a sabbatical until the Equinical and like chill out, relax, get their faculties back, and just
Yeah.
get the lay of the land instead of continuing to push on because
Sure,
that's
Kevin, sure, because we don't have a list full of things to do before the Equinical.
you don't have a list full of things that have to be done before the Equinical,
I'm pretty sure we do.
Oh yeah.
such as.
We actually don't. Name one.
You have a list full of things that you want to do, but there is room. You can you can give yourselves room as well. Some things you can push or choose to do differently.
And honestly, doing things before the Equinical would just be, way more efficient. But
Yeah.
uh
But maybe
I
we
mean,
don't want
how
efficiency
much?
anymore.
I mean, John Jock just basically did algorithms with his sorcery points and spell slots and shit. That must give him an exhaustion point. That there, some magical, powerful forces are are with JJ right now.
Maybe before
I
the
have been
Equinical
summoned.
we can just go get drunk. We still have those white flower things. Right?
Oh man.
I want to test to see if suddenly I'll have magic if I take those flowers.
I
Yeah,
would also need to go ahead, Kevin.
I was just gonna say, definitely start doing the drugs that you confiscated from the criminals, without
I mean, that always leads to a fun time.
You'll have a fun time.
I mean, you can't prefer drugs without the involvement of criminals, so.
Well, I mean, where you
No.
live maybe, but
I'm Dutch and we legalized drugs and we're so happy about it.
Um,
But yeah.
Wait,
maybe
so
we should try that flower right before the Equinical.
Maybe you
Yeah.
should try the flower now if you need
Why
some
would
extra
we-
firepower.
Why
Well,
not?
so then we would be super high during the Equinical if we take the flower right before it.
please no.
So just for reference for everybody watching, they recently have discovered that there's a new drug on the streets which comes from a flower called night sail or mystrium, and the drug is called the same thing. And it seems to be giving people minor magical powers or major ones depending on how much of it you consume. And they have recently acquired a rather large portion of them from the dead bodies that they've just put outside.
They were living at some point.
Yeah.
That is true.
Then they attacked us, and they learned a valuable life lesson.
About
Their
not
last one
teaching
is-
us a lesson.
Exactly.
A
Never
lesson.
try to teach the Ashen Herds a lesson.
Wait,
Yeah.
Kevin, what did you say the name was? Wasn't it Sundrop?
Sundrop, Mystrium, or Night Sail. All
Okay,
three
okay.
are appropriate.
As many names as petals. Exploding them, yeah.
So, it seems that everyone's back. Welcome back, Carlos.
Hey,
And I would say then, let me move Streamlabs back up here. And I have you guys again. And we return to the Ashen Hearts in the dead of night. A cold winter blanket outside. The wind howling and something else as well. And Kor's hound lies dead. I'm sorry, by the way, Carlos, but you said it to patrol. I was like, that was unfortunate.
yeah.
It
But
woofed out of existence.
I hate
As
you.
a sacrifice.
Nice. But with the hound dead and some of the beasts or creatures' gruesome power on display, Turnock has decided to retreat to the house and placed a strange, inert, mechanical clockwork, creature maybe this size on the table before Jean-Jacques, who went to investigate. So let's pick it up there. Jean-Jacques, would you like to roll an investigation check? Let's start with that.
I would in a moment, but I do also
Okay.
like want to take a moment where Jean-Jacques, just to explain to the rest that are watching today what the image of Jean-Jacques is, which he is in resplendent archmage robes, but also absolutely covered in blood, because at
Mhm.
no point did he had a minute to actually clean himself up, and Turnock had previously showered him in the blood of their enemies. So I think he just kind of like puts the clockwork thing in front of himself and then does that thing where you put your hands on the table like super wide,
Okay.
puts his head down for a minute and just goes like, okay, all right, you do this, all right. And then he'll open his eyes and go to bed. But he's definitely he's at his limit, I think. And what Bruno said about exhaustion, I think, is
I think
he's
everyone's starting to push their limits pretty hard here.
yeah.
All
Uh,
right.
don't dare stab me, dice.
While he's going to investigate, I'm just sitting there and I have my eyes closed. I'm literally resting like this,
Okay.
and I just go. It fell off the thing, and it jumped me, and it briefly attached to my shoulder, and then I checked the wound. Is there a wound or no?
Not on the shoulder. It was further back,
Oh, on the back.
like
Yeah.
actually near the spine.
Okay.
You'd have to probably remove your chest plate to actually see closer, unless somebody was going to inspect it with maybe a candle or a dancing light. Then you could have a chance of viewing what's there.
And what
Yeah,
happened to the
but
second one?
The
Wasn't there a
second one was like smacked away and disappeared. Hasn't been seen since.
Good.
Mhm.
Rogue mechanical bug. 19 on the investigation
19.
check.
Okay. You find a disturbing similarity in the individual pieces within to what you've seen previously inside of the golden watch that you carry, or that Barnett carries in this case. The make of it is clearly, it's obviously a different item, but it has a similar build up, but especially with a 19 investigation, you do deduce after maybe 3 or 4 minutes of inspecting it and kind of tearing it some parts apart a little bit. You find that it is put together much more clumsily and less elegantly than the stopwatch was. Like someone had tried to imitate a similar design, like an apprentice to a master. Outside of
Curious
that,
choice of words.
outside of that, you find that it has a single, like, little injection mechanism, and there's a vial attached to it, which has a liquid in it, which is currently in this one empty.
Hmm. Can I detach it and kind of try to deduce what was inside the...
I would say that would probably be that would be a straight intelligence check in this case,
Okay.
unless you are proficient with alchemical tools of any kind.
I'm proficient in thieves' tools.
You can't steal the smell, but
No, I meant for detaching it, but okay.
oh no, that
Smelling
part
it,
is
yeah.
doable. I meant more like in terms of determining what the effect is and what it is in general.
10.
10.
I'm easily 10.
The only thing that you can deduce is that it literally it smells cold.
Smells cold.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
I do turn to Jean-Jacques, like, did you find out anything? Did you find out about anything?
well, it is definitely inspired by the work of our... Kind of look around.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody else in the living room except us?
No. No one's come out.
Yeah. It's definitely inspired by the work of our good friend, the apple farmer.
Oh God, is this starting again?
Never lose that. But it does seem to be cruder and less original. This is a copy or somebody working off of designs that they didn't really understand fully. I'm not entirely sure. The other thing is there's this file that I would assume contained some form of poison or concoction meant to, I don't know, maybe incapacitate you and leave you as prey for the beast. This is just assumption
But
on
it
my
wouldn't.
end.
But it stung me. It wouldn't make sense.
But the vial is empty, so I'm
Yes,
guessing
because
they
it attached to my. It
Yeah.
attached to my back. That's why
Yeah.
it's empty.
Yeah.
It's in me. What the fuck is this?
Guys, this wasn't Appy an apprentice of the clockmaker or something? Could this be Appy?
It
But
could.
Why
It
would
does.
he? He wanted to mind his own business.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
Could it be
thought-
the Scarlet
this-
Rose? Because you know that he's looking for this, right? And maybe he's investigating the clockmaker's work. I mean, the apple farmer work.
apple farmer?
Were they with us? Did you just say that they were not?
Yeah, Argyle said it's something
No,
different.
no. I'm literally asking. Like, were me and Jean Jacques alone? Wasn't that a thing?
No, I was right behind
No,
you.
you guys were all in the living
We're
room.
all in the living room.
okay.
There's not
None of the
like,
guests were with us.
yeah.
Yeah. Can somebody please check? Is it different? Well, how's the wound look like? Like,
Yeah, I'll
can
go and
somebody please
inspect.
look?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go and inspect his wound.
So you end up having to probably conjure one of your dancing lights in
Yeah.
order to really get a look, and you know it becomes this awkward thing. Maybe you even have to call over Tani or Core to wrench back the armor a bit to get a better look, but you indeed see like in the back, just where the spine starts to move up into the neck. There's a small injection mark, and there's no other sign that it's infected or poisoned or anything. It's just a little straight up injection.
Okay.
You guys hear a growl?
Is it back?
I don't know.
Oh,
Did we listen to something? I
I
don't
heard
know.
something.
I don't
I
know.
forgot to unmute it. Was there a growl?
Yeah, there was a
Oh
large
my
growl.
Fucking god, man. I think that this might be like a hunting method, right? Like it has these things on it as parasites or something. They drop off of it, attack you, incapacitate you, and then you get eaten. Yep, there is a growl
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah, it's getting closer again. Well,
No.
I've seen the thing. It is not a wolf. It completely destroyed Core's Mastiff, and I don't know what it's going to do to me if I'm next to it, having this thing injected on me. So I prefer to not engage in combat with it this time, and I'll just stay right here. And I lean back and I go take the position that I was before, and I just stay there.
The
Okay.
kitchen is made out of stone, has only one entrance, so it is easily defensible. I propose that we bed down for the night, take turn being on watch, and try to get some
Maybe
rest.
get there quicker. Growling is I don't like
You
it.
guys look around, and those of you with higher passive perceptions, you believe that the creature is currently near the front door.
Wait a second, just a question quickly.
It sounds closer.
We don't know where this. I mean, we don't know who this creature is coming for, right?
We
So, isn't it maybe it's coming for the apple itself? Do we need it? Should we just throw it away?
No, definitely. I wanted actually to ask you to to take it for study because I need to understand it better.
Yeah, maybe you should take it right now.
Well, you're talking about that. I went to board
Take it.
the
I'm
door.
like, it's good to have brave friends such as yourself, Barnack.
Yep, I'm going to the kitchen though. To bravely defend it, by the way. I will bravely defend it.
Yeah. So I'll put it around my neck and tuck it under the robe.
Okay.
The creature coming.
Are you hearing that? Isn't there a new sound?
Is that on the roof or something?
It's
Something is scratching nearby.
Nearby where? At the front door?
Near the front door.
Mm-hmm.
I will cast Gust and blow the doors open.
Okay. As you blow the doors open, suddenly, there's a brief pause as the tension holds. And then you watch as two pale eyes blink into existence in this pool of darkness that slowly drifts into the room. You watch, mesmerized, door creaking nearby, not sure. As this thing is slowly approaching you, it enters the room and watches you closely. Gurgling breath, promising nothing good. What are you guys doing?
I immediately cast Shield of Faith on the party.
Well, it's on one target, I believe.
All right, on one. Thought it was a party.
Is it Shield of Faith like you place it and whoever's
No.
behind it is
No.
It
no.
surrounds the creature.
It's on a target and it increases the AC by 2, I believe.
Yeah. So I'll place it on Nicola, on
Okay.
Jean-Jacques.
Yeah. As I just put on the thing, I stared the creature down,
Mm-hmm.
standing up tall, confident, air quotes. And in my mind, I just say, if this is offensive to yourself, or in any way an aberration of your image and power, I invite you to help if you can. I will continue to work towards your goals as much as I can. Speaking to.
Make a religion check. As all of you
Yeah, I'm
stare down
still-
with the monster, there's a brief moment of pause as everyone is silent. Jean-Jacques begins to think, and Turnock, what do you do?
Oh yes. Nothing. I'm still in the same position. My eyes are closed.
Yeah.
But I have my hands on my sword. That's
Okay.
the only thing. I have my right hand like crossed, but the right hand on the sheet.
Okay.
I already mine.
13.
Okay.
I'll crouch down in a fighting stance, ready to spring if
Okay.
that creature moves.
As you all kind of take your combat positions, Jean-Jacques focusing his attention briefly elsewhere, you just hear a heartbeat. Ticking, ticking, ticking. But Jean-Jacques, you specifically hear 4 beats of the clock. Tick, 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 tick. And that's the only response that you get.
4 beats of the clock. All right. I look towards the beast, and I say, "We have no quarrel with you or whomever your master is. Be away with yourself, or otherwise we will be forced to defend ourselves."
The black shadow slides forward just a little bit. The eyes, now intently trained on who has the item, the golden watch.
Jean-Jacques.
Jean-Jacques, right. Then the eyes are very, very intently trained on Jean-Jacques as it approaches slowly, and you begin now to see emerging from the blackness just this maw of indeed a werewolf-like creature, something transformed into something similar to a wolf, but enormous, horrible, and the teeth bared in a permanent snarl. It doesn't seem to be able to actually close its mouth. Some of the teeth removed and replaced with mechanical pieces. And you watch as right next to one of the eyes, you see just the glint of a single mechanical clockwork gear that's embedded in the flesh and kind of sticking out horribly. And you think you can still see a bit of mucus, maybe even blood, that's just kind of congealed around the edge. And it moves forward, just slowly approaching Jean-Jacques. Seemingly not in an aggressive manner at the moment, but it is still inching forward centimeter by centimeter towards the man with the golden pocket watch.
I
will
stepped
take
right
a
beside
careful
Jean-Jacques in the meantime, sorry.
I put my hand on Tanya's shoulder, like, and squeeze, so she knows that I'm super thankful for that. And then, trying to pull her with myself, I take a careful step back.
Okay. As you do, the creature stops. It stops moving forward altogether. And it just kind of observes for a moment. You see the head tilt in that curious way that maybe almost actually becomes a dog-like creature. But it continues to breathe in deeply, to search for something almost, as if it's trying to gauge and probe something out of you that you have no way to provide.
I will cast message. I'm just actually see if I. Target and only target here's the message of prayer. Yeah, no, it doesn't. If it cannot speak.
Well, you don't know if it cannot speak.
Yeah, true. I will cast message, I guess, so that way only it can hear me.
Okay.
And I will say, I look to aid the same patron.
Okay.
Do not.
Do you... So here's a complicated question. Do you think anything at it as you communicate these words? Any imagery that comes into your mind as you do so?
I think of the clock itself.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I try to impart it clicking 4 times.
Okay.
And kind of think of it like peace or like calm.
Okay. As you do so, it moves closer again, just a little bit, maybe half a foot for it. And it just begins to growl in a low voice, and you get a message back, but there are no words, there are only images. And you see, and you hear also the constant kind of a similar ticking, but more consistent, the ticking of machinery, just constantly tick, 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 and metal clanking against each other. And you see people coming in and out of a room of some kind, complete stone walls around it. You see chains near it, and blood splattered across the walls, a corpse in the corner, and just pure rage communicated back to you. But it still inches forward rather than jumping.
Yeah. I really don't want to give the clock to it. Like, not at all. So I'll kind of... fuck it. I'll take a step forward.
Okay.
And I will try to look at its eyes intently. I'll cast message again.
Mm-hmm.
And I will imagine that same room, but with myself and the group coming in, killing those people, and freeing it from what I perceive to be an experimental chamber. But I can also say is not that, master. That is a perversion. I serve the true clockmaker. not serve. I aid the true clockmaker.
Okay. Make an Arcana check. As you know, instead of just generally accidentally communicating something alongside, actively attempt to bring something else to it.
15.
Okay. The creature pauses again. And those eyes, all of you now, there is this strange phenomenon that you can tell when a creature's eyes are intelligent. And you become more and more aware that this creature's eyes are highly intelligent. There is something in there that is more than beast or monster that is watching this but unable
I am
to
sorry.
do anything. That's okay. I'll fix it. But this creature observing from almost behind bars, watching you as its mouth continues to snarl permanently. The low growls escaping it, but those eyes are almost pleading, begging for something. And it inches just a little bit closer since you had also stepped forward.
Yeah.
And the head fully emerges from the dark cloud. It doesn't open its mouth, but it starts to get within, let's say, the half-meter mark of you. And you can see that the nose is kind of sniffing. It's attempting to locate. And you have a very good idea of what it's attempting to find on your person. What do you do?
I will take the timepiece out.
Okay.
Just see how it reacts.
Okay. Interesting. It will... It will immediately focus on it. And it draws nearer to it. And it starts to just sniff the air, maybe 15 centimeters from your hand. And it's just kind of sniffing. Those enormous teeth now that you see are... Like, one tooth is larger than your finger.
Yeah.
And it's just like... Trying. It still growls. Just it seems to have almost a permanent growl running in the back of its throat. But you see that the ears have kind of flattened a little bit. And you get a better look at it as well. You see that there's more mechanical wiring and bolts and cogs embedded in the flesh that run across its entire body, from what you can tell. Some larger, almost wheel-sized, some very small, but all of them incredibly painful looking, as they've literally been seared into the flesh and simply been left to fester almost as an open wound, covered only by something that doesn't belong there. It continues to sniff the item, and after about 30 seconds or so of this, it slinks back, stepping back about a meter, looking at each of you, and then it begins to disappear into the dark, black cloud, and you get the impression it's turning around and beginning to move away. Anything you guys do at this point?
I'll do nothing more.
Okay.
I take an arrow. No, I don't.
I kill it!
Where are you going? Come back here.
I immediately kill it.
Okay. So, as you guys watch, perhaps partially frozen in worry or fear, the creature departs through the door. You hear briefly another growl, maybe a communication of some kind, you're not sure, before that black cloud of darkness that even your dark vision couldn't pierce leaps into the air beyond the house and disappears.
Okay, I have a theory. Of like, it obviously didn't seem to actually be looking for, like, it didn't want the apple. So
The point is moot now. I think we can
Yeah,
call it a timepiece at this point.
yeah, right. Like he did it. It wasn't actually. I don't think he was actually looking for the timepiece itself. Maybe it thought it's looking for the clockmaker, and he could sense the timepiece, and that's why it came here.
Yeah, it's possible.
I think that it came for, and I'm still in the same position, by the way. I think it came for the timepiece, but due to the recent events, our timepiece does not hold the same power it once did. So it rendered it useless. Perhaps they knew it's not about sensing it, but they knew it was in our possession. And after assessing it, found out it was useless.
Yeah,
Could
doesn't
be.
feel like it. This creature came from her directly.
Yeah, because the it feels like a corrupted version of what the clockmaker does. So I don't think it's directly from the clockmaker. I don't know.
I
No,
think
I
it
agree.
wanted to. I think what I honestly think is that yeah, they went for something that it's not within our possession anymore. It's been said before
But
that these are not unique to us. There are other
mm,
timepieces such as this one.
guys, that raises a question. Until this moment, I thought this was Appy's doing. It looked like, well, as you said, Jean-Jacques, an apprentice. But Appy knows that what our timepiece, what happened to it.
He knows how the situation
I
happened.
agree with most of what was said, but I do not think that the timepiece is worthless because it stopped working.
Oh no, 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 not
Because
worthless. But
Yeah,
I think that if somebody who could still have the favor of the clockmaker could still make it work. Like I believe that if a devotee were to pick the clock piece, the clock up, that it would start again. But maybe I do not believe whatever her motives are that the clockmaker approves of such, and a kind of motion towards where the beast went, experimentation. I
yeah,
think
that
that is
doesn't.
why Appy was cast out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like clockmaker's style.
Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe Turnock is still right. They were looking for a working one so that they could do something with it. Or they were looking for somebody. No, it wouldn't make any sense. It didn't react to us at all.
it's
Could it
well,
have been Scarlet Rose or someone different? Sorry, Barnack.
no. The important thing is that we don't know. We know that Scarlet Rose, well, at least those guys in the other room didn't know what it was.
Yes,
They
I
were
don't think
scared shitless.
this is related to the Scarlet Rose. I don't think so.
Yeah.
So this is our.
Could this be the Aboleth?
No.
Because
Nah.
I
it's
do
it's
think it could be.
opposing the clockmaker, right? So
I,
Pax didn't say he would be in doing the same thing. He said they were enemies. I don't think he would.
he has his own power. It doesn't make any sense to appropriate that of another in
He
such
wouldn't
an
make
overt
mechanical
way.
things.
What time is it?
okay.
At this point, probably 5 a.m. And a quick thank you to Saving Throws HQ for the raid. Thank you guys. Welcome, welcome. They've just recovered from an encounter with a mysterious beast in the night, which thankfully didn't eat anyone, which is helpful. And now are speculating. And Turnock, it is indeed about 5 a.m. It is not quite close to dawn yet, but you're not too far off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's winter, right? So
Yeah.
sun's coming up a bit later.
Turnak, and are you feeling anything different with your? I'm worried about whatever was injected
Am I?
to your back.
No. Uh, After the cold sensation left, following the
Mhm.
attack from the clockwork creature, nothing else feels like it has affected you.
No, I'm fine. I'm just at this time right now. We were supposed to be leaving according to our plans yesterday. I think I think we should call it off, at least for the time, and take Lord Fennec and Rhaenyra for a safe place. I don't know where, but they have friends in higher places, so somewhere that's not here. We should deal with the three bandits, probably take them to the police or, whatever's the adequate fate, and then lay down a bit. This time, for a while. It's been almost 30 hours since we got rest the last time. I'm, I'm tired.
I
He's still in
understand.
the same position. Like,
Yeah, I understand. Well, we won't guess anything here, standing here, so you're right. We should get everyone to safety. At least that. Um,
Yeah, I mean, it's not imperative that we go out looking for Elena's husband tonight or today.
Barnack, does a 14 hit your armor class?
no.
As you're talking, you suddenly feel a dagger trying to pierce through your armor, and you hear a slightly high-pitched grunt. And looking around, all of you see Remy currently trying to jam a dagger into Barnack's back.
I'll slowly turn around.
Okay, he's going to try again.
He's going to try again.
Yep.
Do I get to? Yeah, well, I don't get to hit him first.
Well, you had a sort of slow reaction, right? So I'm getting the
Yeah,
impression
I
of
was-
like, huh?
Slowly.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys are all kind of stunned maybe for a moment, and he goes again. And he goes again to try to stab you. This time he reaches up, actually, and he tries to jam it into the side of your face.
That hits.
Yep. So you suddenly, like, as you're surprised and you try to brush it off as maybe a stupid joke or something, you see just this wicked grin, but his eyes are distant. He's not quite there, and he just jams the same dagger up into the side of your throat. It does, like, you catch it just at the last minute, so it doesn't fully pierce, but you definitely feel suddenly, and you guys all realize the danger.
Before that happened, would I have been able to see the dagger?
You mean as he's attacking, or?
Yes.
I would say so, yeah.
Was it already bloody?
Make a, I guess that would be disadvantage perception because it's still dark and you're, adjusting to the situation.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if I have the perception. I think I do. Okay. Well, not that bad. 16 in total, plus 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in total 16.
No, his dagger was not bloodied, but it is very much now as it is sticking out of the
Now
side
it
of
is,
your
yeah.
neck, and you're trying, like, you're pushing it away, and all of you, what do you do as you see
As soon
Remy?
as
I
I'm
run
the
towards
closest one.
Remy and I'm going to kick him as hard as I can.
Just imagine the size difference. Sorry.
Giant white dragonborn, tiny halfling rogue. Make an attack roll, or just roll a straight up strength d20 roll.
Going to
18.
kick him.
Can you roll an athletics check for me as well?
9.
Okay.
Oh,
So, like, you kick him, but you actually, like, he managed to kind of absorb the blow a little bit. So you do deal, how much is your strength?
18.
So
I
plus
rolled
4.
an 18. And,
Yeah. So
plus 4.
1d4. Oh, sorry, no, 1 plus 4. So you do 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you kick Remy sideways. And as you do so, you notice Turnock sitting on the back of his neck is a little clockwork creature with a needle sticking into his back still.
Okay. So, well, I'm going to attack again. I used
Yeah.
yeah, but I'm going to aim for the thing.
Okay. That will be
Like,
a more
I'm going,
difficult hit. Go ahead
yeah,
and try.
yeah. 15.
So as you aim for the thing, Remy in his he's dexterous, he's small. You actually have to kind of lean forward and down to even get at him. He just ducks underneath your hands. You can see him flip the dagger around so he can kind of defend himself with it. Swaps it to the other hand and then pulls out his short sword as well. So that is your turn, Turnock. What's the rest of you doing?
I'll go grab
I'll-
Barnack.
Okay.
Before you do, I'm going to. Well, Remy is not my friend. He just tried to kill me.
Yes.
And yeah, at that moment, I would like to, cut him with my cutlass.
Okay. So one hand on the neck and the other one just immediately start cutting. Probably at the same time as Core it starts to kind of grab you by the shoulders and pulling you back. You just take a huge swing and another one if you want to for your 2 attacks. Go ahead and make attacks with your cutlass.
Normal, no fighting and no sharpshooter. Just a second. There it is.
A 7. No, the first one he ducks under. You just cut off a bit of his hair. The second one does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yep.
With a 19.
No sharpshooter.
No
I don't know
sharpshooter.
why it's.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why I. Oh, for damage I didn't turn it off.
That's
for
fine.
damage, yeah.
So as the cutlass comes out, the first one he ducks under. The second swing, as you're being pulled away by Core, and he's literally forcing you away from the dangerous situation. You cut Remy like right across the face, actually close to an existing scar that he has. So the bleeding is less, but it's still a horrendous face and like part of the neck and down the chest. Horrendous wound that you've inflicted there.
I'll keep wailing even though I'm like being pulled away. And that's 1-1, you motherfucker! I'm going to cut you open again.
Okay.
Did
While
we
I'm
all see
still
the
bleeding.
clockwork?
Yeah.
Or was it
All of
just-
you become aware of the clockwork piece at this point.
Yeah. I'll just yell out, now, calm the fuck down, Evergreen. Just restrain him. He has that thing on the back of his neck. Barney, you don't have to kill my friend. Jesus.
Look at what
fucking
he
Christ.
did.
You're gonna be fine. It had worse just because you were drunk in the tavern, for fucking Christ.
All
Did
right.
somebody grab him?
All right, I will say, between all of you, the only element that he ever had in his favor was surprise. So now that all of you are focused on him, he's not the most skilled fighter. You managed, probably, I would say Tani in this case, since Core is currently restraining Barnack and trying to help him. Between Tani and Turnock, you managed to grab him and just hold him in place. And how do you proceed? Do you want to do anything about the thing on his neck right away?
Yeah, I'll try and see if there's like is it like fully embedded or is it just latched on?
No,
Is there a
it's
safe way
like
for
a
me?
little. It's like an actual little insect that has just sat on his back, and it just has a little needle going straight into his spine.
Like a tick
Yeah.
or something like that.
little
Yeah,
bit like that,
I'll
yeah.
try and carefully remove it.
Okay. Do you want to make a medicine check to see if you can
Yeah.
do it without damaging anything?
Yeah, I'd like to see if
Alright.
I don't break my friend's spine. Oh Jesus, 8.
8. Okay. As you start pulling it out, that needle is deeper than you expected. You realize that the needle is capable of extending from within itself. And as you pull it out, he just starts screaming at the top of his lungs as he begins to become aware again of what's happening. But after about 6-7 seconds or so, you've got the whole thing out in your hands, and it immediately goes limp and inert. The needle's still sticking out, but it stops moving, stops struggling, and Remy just goes hoarse and stops yelling at least, but you can definitely hear him just And he's still being held up and restrained, right? So he's trying to reach for his neck, but he can't.
Can you put him down?
What the hell happened? What's going on? Did we kill the beast? Did you kill the beast and did I watch?
No, you were. I can't look at the thing. You were possessed by this thing.
What?
Do you
You
not
tried
remember?
to kill us, you weak-minded halfling.
How's that my fault?
Well, you don't remember anything?
No, I was.
Yeah, the bug really got you on the cheek as well.
Make a deception check. Oh man.
+0, of course. 9.
Well, then my answer is 9.
9.
No, he just glares at you, Barnack, and he looks over. He tries to look around, but of course it hurts to move his head too much. And he says, "No, Okay, don't be mad at me, but I kind of snuck out because I didn't want to be in the house with that thing, and I was running away, and then it all went darker than it already was, and that's the last I remember."
It had nothing to do with you, obviously knowing the folks who attacked us tonight and them leaving you alone.
What are you talking about?
I kind of just stare at him.
Okay. He just stares right back, very indignant and in pain, very clearly.
But why did you go out? Why didn't you stay in the kitchen? You normally hide. Why go out?
I didn't.
Towards the growling sounds.
Not towards. It was in the house at that point. Didn't you? I was so sure you would hear me, and I thought the creature would hear me, but I snuck by when it was like in here and staring at you guys. I figured better further away than sitting in a kitchen with no escape. I don't want to die.
You know, Remy, I really wanted to be there for you because we go way back, but I can't keep putting my friends at risk.
Look, man, what about you? I
yeah,
asked you
shit.
for protection and this shit occurs? This has nothing to do with me. It's more dangerous
Yeah.
for me to hang with you than try to survive on my own, as far as I can tell. Nice friendship, that. And I'm even paying you for protection. I'm not protected.
Well, you were attacked right when we met up the first time, so that's
Yeah, that's
You know.
what I'm paying you for.
evidently not true. But also, you're not paying me for ignoring the fact that you are in some way in cahoots with the Scarlet
What are
Rose,
you talking
which is
about?
not what you were talking about previously.
What are you talking about?
Cor saw you say something to one of the thugs, and that they immediately left you alone as they were going to attack you.
Yeah,
So
I
you
told
either
them
tell
I'm
me what
not
the
with you
fuck-
guys.
Right, and in the middle of battle, he just up and left
If you
and
see
left
me,
you
do you
alone.
think he's scared of me? No one's scared of me.
Listen, Remy, like I know that I can't tell whether or not you're lying because we both learned how to lie at the same time and we're too good at it. So you either tell me what the fuck you said for real, or you leave here tonight and we never speak again. And I am dead serious. Don't give me a bullshit answer, Remy Burchard, because I will burn all our bridges. Because one thing I don't appreciate is you giving me the same shit you give to everybody else.
He looks through the room. Very, very calculating. Almost dangerous, you would say, in the way that he observes all of you for a good 15 seconds of silence, and you guys observe him back. And what you see there is a man weighing his options. He looks back towards the door. He looks at the creature that someone's holding. He looks back at you, Jean-Jacques, and he deliberates about you the most, it seems. Can we talk privately? And he looks, very briefly at all the others, and he means just you and him.
Yeah. We can.
He nods to the room nearby.
I'll go.
All right. He follows.
We hear any weird sounds. I'm coming in. Okay? I don't like Jean-Jacques being alone with him right now.
He closes the door, and he goes over, probably to sit like on the couch. He straightens his clothes out, and he's delaying. He's taking as much time as possible to not say something before he looks up at you, and he says, I'd do anything to survive, right?
I do.
I told you I'm working for the DeLucas? Yeah, I'm betraying them. It's a different world out here, Jean-Jacques. There's no living our life and not being in the good graces of the Scarlet Rose. I had no choice. I'm doing what I'm doing because I have to. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but I didn't need you to solve the mystery. I just needed you to keep me alive until I got out of town.
I see. So you never intended on following through with your promise of introducing us to this?
Oh, I did. Family? I'm not betraying them from today to tomorrow. I'm just passing along information. I still work for them. It's just that I'm not going to be doing it for much longer. And then I'm going to, move on. That's it. It's just nature of business around here. I'll still introduce you. Still give you, my stamp of approval. Make sure that, the old lady knows who you are and that you guys can work together. It's just I'm not going to be part of that corporation.
I don't think you... He kind of starts to say something to, like, appeal to his good side or something, but then he stops and he's like...
What good side?
Yeah. This is very unfortunate, my friend.
I'm sorry, Jean-Jacques, but I knew... Well, I didn't know, but I got the impression that you're a different kind of man now, and I knew you'd have trouble with this part of the business, so I thought I'd save you from it. That's just the way it is. I'm still gonna pay you. Our agreement can still be exactly what it was. You don't need to save me, just keep me alive until I get out of town. I got the deal on Wednesday. That's 2 days. It's good money for little work. These dangers are not mine. Aside from what happened in the park, it should be a cakewalk. You can up the price a little bit if that's what you want. But for old time's sake...
Do you know who he is?
What is?
You know.
Oh, this is me DM not catching on.
Scarlet Rose.
Okay. He goes, No. I work for one of the other gangs. But I can tell you that these petals, they're not your average people anymore. They made some kind of other deal, if you catch my drift. So be careful with those. Okay? Might not want to get in their way at all, if you can avoid it.
Yeah, well, I kind of like the world I live in, friend, so don't really have much of an option.
That's your choice. Just don't do it while I'm here.
Yeah. I'm fine with going through with our deal, but we'll have to ask the rest whether or not they're willing to proceed without any further information, because if they knew what I know, there would be no deal.
I know.
So I'll present it to them as,
well,
accepting it at what it is or not.
You're the one with the silver tongue. So I'll boost by 15% if you can keep them on. They're good at what they do. They're just, well, the Dragonborn one is really annoying, but they're good at what they do.
Yeah. Best at not talking to him ever again, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't planning to.
All right.
Should I wait here?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think that'd be best. So I'll make my way back to the group.
All right.
So, yeah. All right. So cleared it up with Remy. Has a passing acquaintance with this particular gang, but there are things that I cannot tell you about him or about his business. So I will ask you this instead. You can either agree to continue protecting him for the next 2 days for 50% more than what was agreed upon, no questions asked, or we part ways now.
Part ways with Remy
him and
or with
us.
you?
Him and us. Not with me. He's my childhood friend, and I understand that if you cannot go past not knowing what it is all about, but him and I have led different kinds of lives than you all, so it's simply not possible for me to tell you everything.
If you believe we're not hurting anyone, or it's fine that we should help him, I trust your judgment, Jean-Jacques. So I know you wouldn't suggest we do something that's
Yeah. If you're willing to part
not
with
like
us,
us.
that means it's an important thing. And
Will he still be delivering on his promise?
Yes, all the terms of our deal remain the same, except we get 50% more in terms of a reward. Now, whether or not somebody gets hurt, somebody always gets hurt.
Bartneck's around.
I kind of like laugh and nod and say, yeah, especially with Barnack around.
Don't do anything.
What I can tell you, though, is that we can get something valuable out of the experience. And no matter what we do, doesn't change anything other than Remy doesn't get to hide behind our skirts.
By the way, Turnock is still silent, still in the same position.
He fell asleep.
No, he's not asleep.
Okay.
Well, childhood friends are not easy to come by. If you say that we should help him, he hasn't asked us to kill anyone. He only asked us for protection, and protecting we can do. I don't see the reason not to do it. Except that he tried to freaking stab me, but I know. Still, if you can convince him that he looks better now with that other scar, I mean,
I can do that for sure.
Everyone's always getting mind controlled and trying to kill Barnack.
that's right, Cor. Why the hell does it always happen to me? I want to be mind controlled once. Actually, no, I don't. That sounds weird. Yeah.
I can arrange that, Barnack.
No. Nope. We will not be crossing that line. We crossed a lot of lines, Jean-Jacques, I remember. But that line, please don't.
Okay.
Yet.
As I see that, it had like a mood swing, like, situation resolved kind of thing. I stand up. I get really, really close, like uncomfortably close to Jean-Jacques, like face to face.
I look up.
And I say, you are too loyal. to everybody. And at one point, your future will just get in your way because you have to choose. And I'm just wondering where your heart is right now. And I'm not expecting an answer. I'm going to head back to the kitchen with the intent of picking up the bandits because we need to
Okay.
get the situation sorted.
Okay. As you, sorry. Is there more that happens in the living room, or is everyone kind of resolved and okay with where the
I'll
situation
just
is?
tell John Jacques, but like just for him to hear, like John Jacques, I need to talk to you when we have a chance. It's important.
Kind of look
Well,
around and like,
Tarnok, before you leave, did you already go, Tarnok, or
Go like I'm
yeah,
walking.
I hold on, Tarnok. Just one thing that you mentioned, I think it's important for all of us. Are we taking days off?
Today's Monday, and I suddenly like snap out of it just a little bit. Today's Monday morning. We were thinking about going to the island. That's not going to happen. There's the painting in the wall, but that can be a venture that will take us more than 2 days, so we may lose the Equinical. So for the rest of the day today, I don't believe so. Yeah, and there's the DeLucas.
Maybe after the Equinical,
Uh,
we
How
can
about
go to
this?
that hill place where Basil wants us to go. That could be our
How,
vacation.
how about this? We sleep in. We're all tired. We're all on the edge. Tomorrow, so Monday afternoon, we can go and finish the DeLucas. And that's it before
we
the
don't have a
Equinical.
meeting arranged with them. That's the problem.
We have a person that can do it, and we can get him to do it probably. Hopefully. Right? Jean-Jacques? He tried to pierce me with a dagger.
it's not so much about Remy wanting or not wanting. It's about not spooking the DeLucas into thinking that Remy's gonna arrange for them to be murdered, type of thing.
Um,
You know?
no, I don't. But you understand that. That's fine.
It's like approaching a drunken dwarf with a glass of water in the middle of the night, right? They'll immediately smell something's wrong and punch you in the face.
Completely understood now. Thank you, Jean-Jacques.
I speak
If
dwarf.
He actually speaks
if you
Dwarvish.
want if you want to get work done tomorrow, I can guarantee you. And as I say tomorrow, I just correct myself. Today, there's plenty of work to be done.
That's what I was going to
Yeah.
ask. If we don't have any plans, tomorrow night we could go to the archive and I could read what I need to read from the freelancers. It's
Tomorrow
just
night.
reading. It's nothing, no mission, nothing else. It's just reading
I do
much
have
as I
some
can.
business to tend to on my own as well. I may need an afternoon, perhaps a bit more than that, but perhaps we'll do that today then. Okay, claro. And then I just start walking back to the kitchen.
All right. So you head into the kitchen. You find there one very alert footpad lady, a boy who has cried himself to sleep, and Lady Rhaenyra currently having fallen asleep on top of her husband as she was tending to him from all the fear and anxiety. They yeah, they seem to be sleeping, although Lord Fennec is probably still recovering from his head wound, and that is how you find them. The footpad just looks up at you, Tarnok. Doesn't say a word as instructed, but just gives you a nod of acknowledgement. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I do. First of all, I wake up Lady Rhaenyra
Okay.
gently, if possible.
Just kind of,
Uh,
oh, is it gone?
yes, for the time being, yes. We're still not sure what it is, but it is safe for now. But I wouldn't believe it would be safe for you to remain here. At least let us fix things through. Uh, well, there's been a lot of killings. We may need to call the Black Hats to hear. I don't know what types of questions they're going to ask, but they should ask these questions to us, as you and your husband deserve some rest. Do you have a friend's house somewhere that you could go for you to spend the day today?
She looks down at her husband and she looks back at you. She says, "No, not necessarily. But can't we stay? If the Black Hats are coming, I would rather speak with them directly and let them know everything that happened. And if the creature is gone, then I don't see further threat to the house. Have you looked for the other guards? The men we had posted outside? Have you checked what happened to
Yes,
them?"
Well, they're dead, right?
They're dead,
Guards were dead.
probably, but you haven't seen like the ones that were near the gate
Ah,
and stuff like that.
okay.
You know, the ones that were out cold, out in the cold.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did not have a chance to actually look for them. Uh, I'm sorry, but we didn't even had time to breathe. So
No,
far.
of course I understand. Really quickly, I want to say thank you, Game Mommy, for the raid. 10 people. Hi everyone, welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, welcome.
They're just recovering from a very
Hello.
rough night in a nobleman's estate and trying to
It
figure
is
out.
too far to say recovering from a rough night because it's still happening.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You're
It's
starting
rougher.
to recover from a rough night, and yeah. So she kind of gets up for a moment, and you see her kind of come to herself a bit, and she looks at you and she asserts this sort of. She's not bossy, but you can tell she's used to being in charge in her own house. So she looks around. She says, "All right. Well, then, first things first. Is everyone of your party okay? Are you all well and alive?"
Yes, a few wounds here and there, but yes, nothing that we were not able to recover.
All right, and you'll need rest as well, correct?
Oh, please, absolutely.
All right. Then let's get the house at least closed off from the cold. I don't know what you'll do with these two, but can you please help me first get my husband into bed?
Why are you saying
sure.
two all the time?
The two prisoners?
What about the third one?
Yeah.
Oh, Argyle, right. He was in the main room. I kind of forgot about him a bit.
Oh, okay.
No, well, no,
Or no,
moved
you
him.
moved him. You moved him. You're right.
No, we
Yeah.
moved him. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's there.
Sorry, then
there.
3. She would have said 3. My apologies. It's just I saw the 2 on the map
Okay.
most easily. But no, you're right. 3. So I assume you'll do something with these 3. But please, my husband first. He needs to rest, obviously.
Yeah.
And
Well, I don't need a test to carry him.
no, absolutely not. Even with the heavy blankets that have been draped across him,
Uh-huh.
you manage to lift him pretty easily.
Mhm.
And the only thing that she does is she kind of guides you out of the kitchen because it's quite a narrow exit. So she kind of protects his head a little bit, and then when you're out, she just says, "Go ahead, I'll be right there. I'm just going to grab some food for all of you, and then I'll come." So
Thank
she
you so
busies
much, man.
herself, grabbing some stale bread from the previous day and some general cheese and meat and the things that a nobleman's house typically has in storage. And then she comes out and she just has it like on this large plate. She's even tried to feed a little bit of bread to each of the prisoners, at least the ones that were awake. So Argyle and the lady have both had a little bit of bread and a little bit of water. But she comes out with a large pitcher, several cups stacked, and just a spread of bread and meat and cheese for all of you, which she places on the table. And then she goes on to the master bedroom, where she, after you've placed him down, she kind of checks him over, thanks you, and then just, ushers you out. And after securing her own bedroom at least, and closes the door so she can probably just collapse again and start resting.
So I go to the kitchen once again, and I go and I pick up the 2 footpads, not Argyle. Argyle
Okay.
stays there. I get the 2 of them and I bring them to the main living room.
Mm-hmm.
And I divide my portion of food in 3. I apologize.
That's okay. It's okay.
Wait, it requires 1 second.
I know that feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I take my portion of food and I divide it in three equal pieces, and I offer to both of them, and I just say, so, um, you are both aware that you will be resurrected and you will go to well, to the proper authorities to judge what's your fate, right?
So you have two very, very varying reactions. First of all, when you offer the food, the young man immediately takes it, and you can see still a bit of breadcrumbs from the food that Rhaenyra had given him previously, and he just starts scarfing it down. You see a fearful look in his eyes as you tell him this, and he just tries to make himself as small as possible. The lady looks at you, declines the food, and says, "Thank you, I've already had some." And when you point out that she's going to the proper authorities, she just nods. I know.
Is everybody in the room okay with this?
She looks at the other one. He'll learn.
I look to the guys.
Well, us? Yeah. Do what you want with them.
I mean, they'll be out in a matter of days, probably.
Well, what will we do then? Isn't this your justice system of your republic?
It really
We could
depends.
You
send them.
told me. You
We
told
could
me.
send them somewhere.
No, we will not send them to the same place you keep sending all the people.
She the footpad the more confident one interrupts, and she says, "Well, how quickly we get out really depends on what you do with Argyle. May I ask if you've decided?"
Well,
Have
would you
we?
mind if I tell you that the answer is we haven't and we don't know what we're gonna do with him? Because I know indeed that his fate is way more sure than yours if we decide to send him to prison. And that's why I brought you here first, because I wanted you to have a bit of control over your fate, because you could pick death if you want to.
You saying we have a wish to make, a request of yours, of to make of you.
Well, try me.
Kill
I
Argyle.
didn't say.
Why would we kill Argyle?
Because if you don't, he's going to be out in a day, and we're going to have to be out in 2, and all of this starts again. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to get my ass handed to me again. And I don't want to go back to the misers. It's not what it used to be. So if you kill Argyle, I go spend a happy year or 2 in a jail cell, and then I come out, and I find myself a different life.
I like pull Jean-Jacques like clothes a bit, and I say, "Why not send them to where we can send them?"
I'm just gonna look at him real close and I say, like, let's think about it, Bartek, right? You're sending a lot of people that you like over there, right? And then you keep sending criminals, like people that are murderers and thieves.
But these two, look at them. They're pathetic.
The other, yeah, the guy for sure. She seems like she's got her shit together.
She seems to want to survive. She wants another life, probably.
But, yeah, and what is to stop her from going to that place, then just robbing all those people and making a life for herself somewhere else?
Allow me to interject just for a second. At the same time that killing these people goes against your republic's law, letting them go anywhere else other than the authorities is also breaking the law. So if we're doing the things that we're doing because, we don't want to go to jail, then we do it the right way. Otherwise, we kill all 3 of them.
No, there's a difference between murdering and not reporting a criminal.
Yeah, there are. Let's see then. Let's see.
If you have a problem with it, I can kill Argyle for you. Just cut my bounds and tell him I got loose. Not a problem. I'm going away anyway.
Either way, I disagree with Barnek. I think we should send him to prison. No question about it. I don't think we should be sending them on a boat anywhere.
Yeah.
Who the fuck
And
even
well,
knows if they'd want to go? It's just they can reform themselves through the great prison system of the.
The boy comes again and immediately goes like, I'll reform. I'll do it. I'll go wherever you want me to go.
Yeah,
Please,
sure you will.
you can send me
Kid.
wherever you need me to.
Kid can bend over for the very next thug that comes across your way and start all over again.
I would not. And he just looks at the lady, and she looks back at him, and she just kind of once does this, and he immediately.
In case.
Please get this sorted fast. There's only 2 options here.
What are we? We're sending them to prison. What?
Yeah, and let's remember,
Mother.
Cadence and Orion, the first 2 people we sent, didn't actually go. And Orion ended up in a gang.
Right. They didn't even go.
Zero.
He ended up in a gang.
Darn it.
So
Who
how-
else did we send there?
Who else did
We
you
sent
send to the
other-
crag?
Oh,
Not Valera,
Yeah.
but the other one. That was.
The redhead.
the cultist.
Oh
The
yeah.
what cultist? No, we didn't send the cultist.
No,
didn't
we didn't
send-
send the call. No.
No,
Like
we
what?
sent the one from Braxo's gang that we interrogated.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
The confident redhead
Hmm.
person.
Yes.
Is that in your notes? Confident redhead.
The confident.
No, I just remember. Confident redhead is what I remember.
Yeah. Maybe she got to the Craig at least. Doesn't
Sounds
matter.
likely.
So yeah, prison for these 2. What about Argyle?
You know my vote since the beginning. For that man, he's
What? The footpad that's been confident speaks up again and goes, I'm sorry, what's your process here? Do you just debate it to death until somebody gets bored and does something? Why don't you just take a vote and be done with it? I could get some sleep before I go to prison.
I appreciate your confident attitude, but it is slightly grating on the nerves. So I might just send you into fucking smithereens right now if you don't shut the fuck up.
Just do it quick. I'm really tired.
Oh no! I move like he moves. There's lightning in his hands, and he like thrusts him out. He's like, no.
She just stands there, arms bound behind her back, and just looks at you, bored.
Yeah. I do approach her. Then I put a hand on her head and I cast Shocking Grasp just for good measure.
She grunts, like all the muscles seize up.
Yeah. I cast it again.
And she falls unconscious because she didn't have any hit points left.
Yeah. I stabilize her with my medkit and then drag her into the next room.
Okay.
okay.
Come back in, just as they're coming, I hate nothing more than people who pretend that they're in control in captivity. It's wrong, and they really need to learn how to behave. It's one of the first things that you really learn how to do. But,
Maybe she was into it.
anyway.
When you emerge, the boy has laid down on the ground and is pretending to be unconscious just so you won't knock him unconscious.
Okay, I drag him in as well.
She has a point though. I vote with
Nope.
you, Argyle.
It's an excellent point. I vote with Kier Argyle as well.
Yeah, someone will eventually replace him, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just important how it looks. You can't just kill him.
Do we have to kill him? Can we just break his legs and arms or something so he's out of the picture?
Or
I don't think that's how.
I didn't think that you would say that, but that's even worse than death, I think.
I mean, it's also healable, so I don't think it would achieve.
No, but break them.
Core, you have a bit of DM inspiration going here, and you get the idea. You should also rip out his tongue then.
God.
All right.
No, I think what we do. He's low on vitality right now. We cut his bounds. We ask him nicely to run. Barnek shoots him in the back with an arrow.
Of course,
I can shoot him in the back. I'll shoot him in the back.
Yeah.
It's fine. I shoot him in the back as he's running away after freeing himself from captivity, and we were just trying to apprehend a criminal things went poorly. He maybe assaulted the lady of the house or he assaulted one of us. We retaliated in self-defense, and things went poorly.
Jean-Jacques, I agree. And Tarnok, I agree that he needs to die. I really do. That's a man who shouldn't be alive. But this would be, and I mean it, our first non-danger kill. We would kill
Wouldn't be
because
my
we
first,
wanted.
so I
It
don't
would
mind.
be mine.
It would
I
be
do
my
not.
first.
I cannot be on board with this. This would be cold-blooded murder.
So if you want to do this, I'm all for you to do it, but I will not be there. I will go sleep. I will wake up. I will still think that he might have gotten away. And if you tell me he gotten away, I'll be fine with it. I can even track him down for you later.
I'm with Barnack.
So go to sleep then.
Yeah.
Also, if you do need poison, I have poison from the spike.
Arnak, please.
I mean that's painless. Okay,
I won't be a part of this, but I do have poison.
But use my bow and I have poison.
But yeah, I'm like going to sleep.
Yeah, why don't you actually, it's that there's I think I should discuss this out of character. There's one logistic part of this that I'm not getting yet. How are we gonna call the cops?
Go to a nearby precinct and literally
And
tell
walk.
them. Yeah.
Okay, so back in character. Why don't you take these two?
Me?
To the precinct? Yeah, you.
Sure.
Yeah, you, Core, perhaps Tiny, and I
Yeah,
better.
the three of us can do that. I actually
Yeah.
agree with that.
And we have an individual that is too dangerous to transport, and the two of us remain behind to keep guard over.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that works.
Yeah. So I'll continue communications while you get away.
Okay.
Although you did knock one of them out, so Core, you'll have to carry her. The other one can walk.
You hear from the other room. No, I can't.
So yeah, I'll wait for them for everybody to leave, and then it's just me, Jean-Jacques, because the other two are sleeping already, right? So.
Right. So, as far as I understand it, Barnack, Core, and is Tani going as well for the prisoner escort?
We go.
Okay. So you have one awake prisoner and live one. He needs a little convincing to actually get up on his feet, and he keeps insisting that he's unconscious, which in and of itself is probably not the most convincing thing to do. But you get him on his feet, the other one slung over Core's shoulder, and you guys set out into the very cold morning. Just the slightest pale glow appearing on the horizon, just in the distance that you know that in the next couple hours the sun's going to come up. But it's still very much completely dark as you trudge through the snow towards the local police precinct, which, as far as you know, could be anywhere. So it's probably going to be a little tracking as well. But let's say that will be a straight up intelligence check for one person who takes the lead on finding the police
I
precinct.
can do that.
Okay. This is going to go super well.
2.
Okay. Barnack, Core, and Tani spend 2.5 hours finding the police precinct. Because after about an hour, people are waking up, and you start having to hide because you're carrying an unconscious and bound person. So you guys have some time in the house to get everything sorted.
Yeah. I'll wait for like 10 minutes, if possible. In between that they were getting things together. Perhaps some tea that's available that I'm drinking. I'm having the rest of my meal.
In that time, quickly pop in and tell Remy that we're all good and we're gonna protect him for the few more next days. 'Cause
Okay.
Oh yeah, there was
I
that.
did that.
I
Yeah, he was
forgot.
like sitting there the whole time, and you finally pop
Just
in, and he goes
waiting.
like, "Oh, thank the gods," and he just crashes over onto the side on the couch and starts sleeping.
Yeah, I stand up and I turn to Jean-Jacques and I'm assuming that the prisoner got away, tried to attack you, and we tried to defend ourselves, and it ended up in a casualty. Is that what's going to look like?
Yep.
Okay. But we gotta make it authentic though. And I throw a haymaker at Jean-Jacques' face.
I don't move.
Okay, so you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as
Yeah.
Turnock clocks you in the face. Maybe still a little bit of a sucker punch, because he's
It's a sucker punch, yeah.
yeah, but like even more in that he says it, but it comes so quickly right after that you barely have time to process the information coming at you before the punch connects. And yeah, a little
should
bit of
roll
blood
for it, but
spits out.
Whatever.
Do you have anything else that you would like to say to him, or may I?
Yeah, I just spit blood out of my mouth. Kind of feel more my teeth. Like, nah, knock yourself out.
Okay. I um I head towards and I say to Jean-Jacques, uh, uh, be here if you want to, because I need to bring him to the living room for in order for this to be convincing. And I bring him out,
Mm-hmm.
and he still has the gag on. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I'm going to take it out,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to ask him anything you'd like to say, knowing the fate that's about to come over you. And I get his rapier. That's now my rapier,
Mm-hmm.
and I position
Fucked
where I
up.
intend on stabbing him.
Okay. He kind of looks down a bit, looks at you. You're just going to murder someone. Right here, in a lord's living room. While I'm still bound, helpless, and unable to be any threat or to defend myself.
You're not unable to be any threat.
Am I not? What can I do?
Right now, that's why I'm doing it. So you can't do anything.
You unbound his legs, I presume, so he could walk into the living room.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. He looks at the rapier, and so standing where I'm imagining that you guys are standing, which I had quite close to the table and everything. Would that be correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Huh? He goes and lets himself slowly sink down on the table to sit, and he crosses his legs. He looks up at you, and you can see like he is not like the woman before. He is worried about dying, absolutely, but he's trying to maintain his calm. And he looks at the two of you. How well do you know your friend, the half-orc, the big one? Is there anything I could tell you, secrets perhaps that would spare my life?
Why would we ever believe anything you have to say?
You don't have to, but
Well, he has to be truthful for the next few hours.
Oh yeah.
when it's reasonable, which, in this case, it is very reasonable for me to be truthful.
I give a step back, and I just stand there. And I look at Jean-Jacques, and suddenly I have the sudden realization that I wouldn't want to know Jean-Jacques' opinion for this one.
Okay.
And I
You
sit
wouldn't?
there, yes, I wouldn't.
Okay.
And yes, I grab a chair, I sit in front of him and say, yes, tell me.
And I will trust
And
your
I
word.
will-
If you say that I
Yeah.
will not die as a result of what I tell you, then I
one
will
other
tell you.
part of this bargain. You won't come after us afterwards. I'm sorry.
He thinks for a moment. I won't come after you.
No. Nope. Nope. You're
Is
not
that
able to provide. You won't provide to any of your masters, bosses, or anything like that any information regarding what you've discovered here tonight about our encounter, rather than it was a combat and the police took me away afterwards. And I know that you are unable to convince your patron to do otherwise, something else other than hunt us, either way. But you won't collaborate in any way, shape, or form towards this happening.
I can agree to that.
Speak.
I knew your friend. Well, I've seen your friend before. We called him the Hammer. Used to be a time Scarlet Rose didn't run this town. Just had a small operation. Smuggling. Smuggling people. Your friend. He looked out for them. He worked for them. He would have been one of the petals if he'd stayed. He cracked my head when we were trying to raid one of their shipments. That's how I remember him. The Hammer. You should ask him about it.
I just head to the front door after he ends up with that. I head to the door and I'm just laid against the not laid but leaned against the frame, the door frame. Just watching the front door, seeing when the guys are going to return. I'm
Okay.
literally just standing there waiting for them to return.
Is this the extent of our bargain, or are you going to try to verify it? Our deal was I would tell you, not that I would wait until you were satisfied.
You're going to the cops, as agreed.
Very
And
well.
I turn away from him again, and I'm still just waiting.
Okay. He looks over to Jean-Jacques. He's trying to gauge probably your reaction.
Yeah. This blank expression. Jean-Jacques walks over to him. Sits like one ash cheek on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Crosses his arms, and he puts his arm or his hand on his bicep so that his family's crest
Mm-hmm.
is visible. And he kind of like clicks something, or just like brushes over it, and that the family crest just changes, and it's a picture, or not a picture, an engraving of a black hand on the signet.
Okay.
He looks him in the eyes, trying to gauge whether that he recognizes it.
Let's see. My first die roll of the evening.
Nice.
Let me check. Intelligence, okay. He looks at it. He looks you in the eyes. And he gives a familiar nod all of a sudden to you. That's it.
I just nod to him and lean in and very, very quietly whisper just, "We'll be in touch." And I walk away.
You see, like, as you said that, you see he raised his hands in expectation that you might unbind him. But then when you walk away, he just drops them again, slightly disappointed. Very well.
I stand, if I may just, I stand next to Turnock,
Mm-hmm.
looking out, for the rest of the return, and I just say to him, look over at him, and I just say, sometimes loyalty is the only thing that a man has. And then I continue walking into the snow
Okay.
towards where we placed the body of the dead guard.
Okay. Very well. Is there anything in particular that you want to do still there? Otherwise, we'll move ahead to the time that the Black Hats arrive.
Stand in the snow looking at a dead body.
All right. So it does, let's say 2.5 hours might have been a slight exaggeration, but it definitely takes over an hour for the group to return with a trio of black hats. Literally, the black beret hats on their heads. Yes, Barney?
Do we get the chance to? I would like to ask something of both Danny and Core
Oh,
while we were
absolutely.
talking there.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if while we're working there or back. Doesn't matter
Okay.
when. But I'll turn to primarily Core and say, Core, when did we turn into executioners?
That's not us. I don't like where that's heading, Barnack. I'm with you. Like I'm fine with killing in battle with honor, but not murder.
But this isn't the first time.
Wait, who?
The cultists down there, the ones that were trying to do things.
We were defending ourselves, Barnack. There.
We weren't. They were running away. We weren't defending ourselves down there. We didn't investigate it like we used to.
I remember the aboleth. Well, the voice at that point, we didn't know it was an aboleth yet, told us, right, to interrupt them.
Or something, them. Yeah, but...
Yes, we thought they were doing something extremely dangerous, so we had to stop them.
Which they were, kind of.
I mean, yeah, maybe they were, and even if they were, why did we kill so many people down there? Remember what we used to do? Well, remember what we set out to do? To save a freaking village. A single village. To save it. And we saved a few people. We killed a few people. Well, we killed a few monsters. But we also saved a few monsters, if you remember.
Yes.
We didn't kill all of them. So when did that change?
I don't know when that changed, but I don't like it.
Was it after looking at our futures?
No, it was before.
I don't know.
After Jean-Jacques joined.
It's all Jean-Jacques' fault.
When I know Jean-Jacques most, I think, from all of you here, and he is, in his core, probably the best person of us all here. He's shady, but while he was on the ship, he saved lives more than a few times, while still putting his life in danger. I don't know the extent of his magical prowess, and maybe his life wasn't really in danger, but what I saw, it was heroic. Tarnok, I trust that he will always do what's honor bound. Well, that he's honor bound and he will do what's right. But just executing a person, doesn't matter how evil they are. Goes against the Republic Code that Jean-Jacques talks about. Goes against that honor Tarnok talks about. Goes against what we tried to do in Ashheart.
Goes against all of ours.
We could have killed all of those bugbears, if you remember. We didn't.
I'm afraid what would happen if we had gone there now. Like if we've changed so much, we would have killed the bugbears.
If we went there now, even those bugbears that just wanted to run away would have probably died. And I don't like it. But as I said to Jean-Jacques, I don't understand that game of higher politics, whatever. I don't understand it. I don't understand what it means to be sending a message to someone. I don't understand what it means to be shady. And that's what I hate most about something else as well. I don't
Oh,
like things shady.
we did leave that shadowy creature leave. We didn't
We
attack
did.
it.
We did. So
You're right,
yeah,
Marcus.
I just wanted to ask you guys
I,
that. I don't
I,
feel good.
no, I don't either because I did a lot of things I regret before I met you guys, and I think we have trying to become better, be good, help people, and we sometimes might lose sight of that, and we can't let that happen.
Helping people and helping ourselves. Those are sometimes two different goals.
Yes.
But still, surviving is also important, so I understand what we've been doing. Doesn't matter.
All right. So, probably that conversation would have happened before you arrived at the precinct, just to make sure that the Black Hats wouldn't overhear you.
Yeah.
But you arrive there, you pick up some of
probably,
the people,
Yeah.
and you explain the situation, and they send several of them with you. Surprised to find freelancers seeking out the authorities outright. And that is when we go back to Lord Phoenix's estate, and when you arrive there, you see the front door open. Turnock
Wait,
waiting.
was that
in it.
before or after we got lost for 2 hours in the pub?
No. This was with the 1 hour delay, because as you find, you've walked around most of the district, which was slower because you were carrying someone and you had a prisoner and you had to hide sometimes.
Yeah.
And you walked around. You essentially went eastward, walked through the whole district, and then found out that if you had just gone westward, it would have been like a 10-minute walk.
Of course we
So
did.
I was just at the end of your circle, basically. But when you get there, so it's only 10 minutes to get back to the house, and then you find Turnock in the doorway. 3 black hats, not super well dressed against the cold, but they've got like fur coats at least to hold it off. Trudging through the snow, which now you guys are forming kind of a path to the front door, and Jean-Jacques, I assume that you didn't spend a whole hour by the guard, or did you?
I did.
You did. Okay, so by the time that you guys arrive, Jean-Jacques, you probably see
It's a
them coming
block of
first,
ice.
and then
Jean-Jacques is dead from cold.
Right, he froze to death.
True. No. And then you guys make it into the house, and the Black Hats look around, check the damage. You see one of them has a clipboard, literally with a piece of parchment, seemingly the sergeant probably, and he's just taking notes and writing down the situation that they find, along with the notes that they took when you guys arrived at the precinct. And one of them goes and looks over at Argyle and goes, "This a prisoner, eh? All right, you're with us."
I look very confused at that moment, seeing Argyle. Like, yes, that is the prisoner.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
him alive too, and I just look at Jean-Jacques and Turnock, and I nod approvingly, a slight smile, like.
They both look at you.
If only you knew a reason.
Yeah, why do you do that? I like intensely for 10 seconds, just dead face, dead, just staring at you.
I look
like,
at Turnock, I just wink.
At this point, just from the commotion of all these people inside, the complete miscommunication between Cor, Jean-Jacques, and Turnock, Cor's like, "Hey, good job," and they're like, "You motherfucker." The guardsmen actually cause enough commotion to wake Lady Rhaenyra, and she comes out, and through the doorway briefly you guys see that Lord Storm has also awakened. He's still groggy, he's still lying in bed, but he's awake at least. And she comes out in a morning gown, and she briefly talks with the police, giving them her account as well now that they have the opportunity. And you overhear them inviting her down to the precinct as well for a more extensive account of what happened. Along with each of you, actually, invited. Although Barnack, Cor, and Tani probably gave a sufficiently detailed account that it's not required. And then they take Argyle and they start marching him out of the house and be on their way.
Yeah,
So-
before they take Argyle, I'm like, should I break his legs before he leaves?
Okay, so as you contemplate that, he still walks out on his legs that are not broken. And all in all, it takes like 15 minutes overall between the Black Hats arriving and leaving. It is now a good probably 8 a.m. The sun is just coming up. It's that very pale blue color to the whole city of the light hitting the snow. The snow, like, now a day old almost, and trudged through by people late at night, and the city coming to life. But you guys probably close the front door and kind of take inventory. As you do, Lady Rhaenyra kind of goes like, "Oh, my husband had actually prepared something to give to you. He's not in any state to provide much context, but I'll do what I can. Just give me a moment." And she heads back into the bedchamber and comes out again holding a folder with what seems to be several pieces of paper inside, and she hands it to whoever stands closest.
I'll put my hand forward. Yeah.
All right, so she hands it over to Jean-Jacques, and inside you find a list, and you see like a quenical guest list at the top, and it's just a list of the most prominent people. You count about 70, 75 names at a quick glance, and you see their names, their like what they are, so race, and also their political affiliation, as well as in a fourth column you see a list of what seem to be different assembly committees, government committees that each person is associated with. I'm going to share that list with you guys on Discord, and it's also going to be available as a command in chat. It's not going to be super interesting to look at for anyone in chat, but this will be your overview of the most important people according to Lord Storm at the Equinical.
Are any like highlighted or anything like that?
No, but they are grouped by committee. And you see that there's been some very quick like circling of certain names and stuff like that. Mostly, you see like the stadtholders circled, and the Grand Pensionary. The most important people are circled there. But that's pretty much it.
Karen, just one question for you, because I'm a bit confused. Who was it that told me that Scarlet Rose and everything? Was it Remy or Argyle?
Who
Argyle.
told you what exactly?
Like that they were looking for me for going back in or something.
Oh, that was Argyle.
Oh, Argyle.
Yeah,
Okay,
Argyle was, he was
I was
trying to
doubting
bait
if it
you.
was Remy actually. Okay, it was.
No, he was trying to bait you into like, coming back and essentially freeing him and running off with him so that you could get out of there.
I thought it was. I was confusing myself. I thought it was Remy, and that's why I wanted to talk to Jean-Jacques only.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fair. But yes, she. I hope that's cleared up. If if we need to revisit that, just let me know. But as for the list, she produces that, and then you see that the last page is a very quick is a picture that I can't find right now, but I will share it in a moment, of the grounds of the Solidariat, the Parliament building in Postizia, with a very particular area marked off as being where the party is. But that seems to be a very standard. So there's no information about the rest of the building. There's no indication of whose offices are which, where only generally where general ministries are. And this seems to be part of the actual invitation to the Equinical, to give people an indication of you're going to be seeing this and this of the Solidariat when you come to visit for the Equinical celebration this year.
Okay.
Right. So.
Kevin, was there one of them supposed to have this Lord Traitor?
Yes, that's a note
Okay.
that was put specifically by Lord Fennec. You don't know why, but behind indeed one of them it says Lord Traitor. Seems to be a nickname of some kind that's been associated with this particular person.
You did elaborate. So we actively campaigns for the abolishment of nobility, you said.
Yeah. See, there you
In
go.
the thing. So I don't
Yeah.
know if that's...
No, that's correct. Everything's in there that should be in there. Don't worry.
Jean-Jacques raises his eyebrows at looking at the name of one Francois Bonneville,
Okay.
and specifically looking at the race, because we spoke about that previously.
Did
So
we?
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, you said that most ASMR became unsold, or
Oh
all of
yeah. Then that is correct. That is a point to note. He is one of the
or
few ASMR that is still present and prominent in Postizia.
more blood.
To try.
Remember
taste.
the list of people Elena told us to investigate? That's one of our missions.
Yeah.
I only see Belmont, and I also see Aifne. Remember
Well,
what I
we're
told
looking
you
for their
about?
offices, right?
Yeah,
For the other
but
people, yeah.
it's a bit unrelated. But remember the contact Finn told me that used to come with me back then and knew about my past. She's
Right.
gonna be there. I see her on the list.
Okay. It's gonna be an interesting night tomorrow.
In 2 days.
Isn't it tomorrow?
Monday and Tuesday. It's on Wednesday.
Oh, I thought we were already in. Okay.
No. It's just you've gone through the night. You guys essentially are approaching. I would say probably at this point each of you does indeed suffer a point of exhaustion just from purely having to expend so much of yourselves to do all of this stuff.
I've depleted my magic pool multiple times.
Yeah. So yeah, as you guys are sitting there, and I will find the map after and share it for next week, but because it's not that important right now. But as you guys are sitting there, Lady Rainier actually sits down on one of the chairs nearby, and looking around, she looks at the folder specifically, and she says, "Well, I'm not as well informed as my husband, but I can perhaps offer a little clarification of the information there." Based on what he's told me so far, if you like, of course. If you already know plenty, then I don't want to muddle your thoughts on the matter, of course.
No, please do.
Well, you see, the most important thing, as far as I could understand from what Fennec has told me, is that the committees are what matters here. So the reason is that over the past few months, Fennec's been up for several important positions, and we're still waiting to hear what will actually be the situation for us going forward. But he has been proposed to have a seat on the Budget Appropriation Committee. Chances are slim, as I understand, but it would lift him immediately to be pretty much one of the most important people in Postizia. Another option would be for him. He has been interviewing with the Dominion Security Oversight Group. They oversee all forms of internal security for Postizia. So, you can think of the Black Hats fall under their oversight, Unusual Services Division, all of those. So, once again, a very, very big step up. And finally, the most likely scenario would be that he becomes the chairman for the Tax Oversight Committee, which is exactly as boring as it sounds, but it would ensure that he is a prominent man here in Postizia specifically, which is, it concerns itself with Postizia only. But those would be the options for him, and so there are several reasons why anyone from this list may wish harm upon us, or to at least prevent Fennec from taking up any of these positions, as the confirmation hearings are supposed to be, and she kind of thinks for a moment. I believe that they're supposed to be in 10 days from now.
My lady, do you know when the Bonnevilles became part of the Tax Oversight Committee?
Bonnevilles? Gosh, I have to admit I'm not that well informed myself on everything. But if I recall, they came to prominence perhaps 2 years ago.
And when did we find out they were attacked? Less than that, right? A lot less than that?
Oh yeah, it was this year for sure. It was in the past 3 months.
All right. Then Franciscus Grundig.
Grundig is the last name of the lady who was in the papers being murdered by the butcher beast killer.
Right, and then one of the relatives was also in
At
the bar crying.
Yeah, that was Philip.
Which would have opened up a son of if it was him.
Isn't it fun when it all connects back together?
Yeah, but it connects in different ways because I feel like we also heard Zakiria or Cornelius Brackenbridge.
Yes, you did. You own, or you are currently in the possession of one of the books
Yeah.
that actually belongs to his personal library. Although it was probably on loan to the university at the time.
Yeah. And then from this one.
So, let me see here.
Okay, this one I don't think we know when you're from.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But in any case, and she kind of, watches you guys go over the list and take in all the information, which is there, of which there is plenty. And you can imagine that Fennec has even more information about these people in his head. But she kind of starts rattling off probably her own understanding of the situation as best as she can. And she goes, so I know of a few tensions between, these various groups and why they would perhaps be interested in influencing what happens to my husband. Do you want me to? I don't know if it's accurate, but it's the best I can offer.
Please do, my lady. You for sure know more than we do.
Okay. So may I? And she reaches for the papers for a moment, just to have a handhold. And when you give them to her, she just kind of starts going over them. Okay. So the Advanced Science Directorate. I don't know if you're aware, but if you're not, it's obviously it's a division of our government that focuses on expanding our research into science and the arcane, and it's essentially the erudite college at a governmental level. But recent years, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the court hearings, but they've been under investigation and been punished for experiments that were considered extremely unethical. And so in recent years, they've really struggled to maintain their position, and outside of their own members being a part of the government and thus keeping, budgets and things like that in place. But if Fennec were to join the Budget Appropriation Committee, they would probably see a very, very, very big reduction in what they could do. So that may speak against him, because, well, my husband has very strong morals, and he was not at all pleased to find out what they were doing. And he's been campaigning for almost a year to reduce spending on that. She kind of thinks for a moment. Well, next up, I would say probably the most interesting one would be the... and she kind of starts going over it all. I guess the Republican Reform Commission. They're a curious group. Not all of them are necessarily as extreme. Some simply seek to, improve the processes of our government. But there are some, let's say, extremists who want to remove nobility from the political process entirely, and that is probably a good reason why any of them may be very interested in making sure that, a noble like my husband would not be placed in any important positions. But I'm afraid out of these, actually, that's what stands out to me the most. The others, I wish he told me, but I don't know why he put these others on the list necessarily. And I don't think he'll be well enough to speak for at least a day or so. And of course he'll need to rest as well to be ready for the Equinical. If he still intends to attend.
If he still attends to attend, could we have like an hour before we leave, just to speak then?
Of course. I mean, I was kind of expecting that you would be here anyway to escort us to there. I don't know what you agreed, but it seemed the most logical to me. And she hands back the folder with all the names and the information in it to Jean-Jacques. And she kind of stands up, and you can see like she's still very pale in the face, she's still very tired. In any case, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to look after him a bit more. Please let me know if you need anything.
My lady, do you have any more men-at-arms or servants that could serve to protect you on this day, or were all of them
She
And
she
then
had
let that trail off.
she had kind of paused mid thought, and then when you say this, she blinks and she says, "Oh my God, they're going to come and they're going to find the carnage. C- They they'll be here soon. I think the shift changes at 9.
Okay.
Can 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 you take care of that? Can you tell
I
them what
can look
happened?"
at the rest of the- I think we can. I don't think we will be going anywhere for at least a little while.
Very well. And she comes up and she actually takes your hand briefly and shakes it and says thank you. And then she just slowly glides back into the master bedroom and disappears behind a closed door.
As she does it, I I come up and I say, "Do you need anything else from me?"
You asked Lady Rhaenyra that.
No, the
Oh,
group.
okay. So, group.
I think not. You should probably rest. But
Yeah, in middle of his sentence, I start getting to my bedroom, and
Okay.
we'll wake you up for a third watch then.
All right.
I'll take first. Y'all can go rest.
All right.
I'll stay up and wait for the guards.
All right. So the group goes to rest. You settle things with the guard. Eventually, throughout the day, the police actually the Black Hats send coroners as well to pick up the bodies for investigation and things like that. So you're constantly in this kind of bustle, trying to keep things quiet for those resting, and at the same time dealing with the mess that was made last night. And you finally start getting towards your 8 hours rest, which takes up a significant portion of the day. Probably by the time that everyone is back on their feet, well rested, well fed, and capable of tackling another day, let's say, it is around 3 p.m. in the afternoon. So I want to ask you guys here, because I think this would be a nice place to kind of start looking a bit more towards the Equinical. Having, the time that you have left today on Monday and tomorrow, a whole Tuesday, what is it that the group chooses to do with that time, or do they choose to kind of recuperate and do that sort of thing, like was suggested, I think, by someone?
Tarnok said he has something to do.
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah, but I can do that. I mean, I just need some time. It could be tomorrow or this afternoon. It could be tomorrow before the Equinical. Could be, whatever.
Yeah.
I just wanted some time. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I have a couple things that I'd like to see too. One is I want to try and find out if I can, because I was reading the All Straight Dispatch to because I remember there was something about if I understood correctly, the person that will lead the peacekeeping expedition will be Rondabius Brackenbridge, right?
That's right.
And
Yeah.
that Atticus Hope is just a part of it, whom
Yeah.
Jean Pierre wants to replace.
Mm-hmm.
So, to my understanding, would Mr. Brackenbridge have the authority to replace one of the members if he so chose?
That is indeed the authority that he has. That was the big breakthrough, was that Strauss changed his vote, and that's how Brackenbridge was appointed the leader of the expedition, and thus he is allowed to set together the other parties, of course, with political pressure behind it. So it's not like he gets to really choose all on his own, but he has the power, technically in practice. Yeah.
And now, question for you: if somebody were to, for example, embarrass themselves quite significantly at the Equinical, would that make them lose enough face so as to be kicked off of, let's say, a peacekeeping expedition to a foreign kingdom?
That would depend on how public the display was, and especially whether it would happen near the Imperial Ambassador.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So one thing that I wanted to do is drop by Appy's, and not Appy's, drop by the Arcana Inquisitas at some point
Okay.
and ask Basil and that just if he has a potion or poison or any form of imbibement of any kind that one could use to enhance one's drink to make them behave erratically or especially inappropriately.
Okay.
So either like just things like taking their clothes off and starting like behaving.
I will say that, interesting enough, if you talk to Basil about that, he will refer you to a regular apothecary. You might have to extend some of your charm to make
Yeah.
it happen. But you recall, as you're leaving, thinking about, where could I find an apothecary like this, that the front shop for the DeLucas is an apothecary.
True.
And they have underground ties. So if a place such as that exists that is not controlled by the Crimson Rose or Scarlet Rose, then it would be that.
Okay, with that in mind, I would probably broach the topic with Remy and stuff, but I'm just thinking, and this is for the group, maybe out of character, like if we want to tackle this problem, I don't know how to approach it because we have very limited amounts of time, and it's either applying pressure on Lord Brackenbridge to kick the person off of the committee, or in some way either making the person quit by blackmail or extortion or persuasion, or one of the other things that I was thinking about is like turning invisible, slipping something in their drink, and helping them make a horrendous fool out of themselves in the middle of the most important event of the year, which can go horribly wrong, but can also be very fun if it works.
I like that idea.
Somebody else could drink it, so we got to be very careful.
No, I would turn invisible and slip it into his drinks directly, but
or spike all the drinks in the
everybody just goes absolutely crazy. Yeah, it would be risky.
But
why not both?
That's in character for us.
Yeah,
so.
why not both? Spike their drink, and at the same time talk to the person that can kick them off.
Yeah,
all right, but hold on. This is for the actual at the Equinical, right? So this is something you want to do at the Equinical.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I need to prepare for it.
But that's fine though. But what I want to propose is that let's figure out what happens between now and the Equinical, so I can give you the update next time, and then next time you be on Wednesday, and we will start a few hours before the Equinical, and you can be planning and getting ready, and you've got all your supplies and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
Ideally, the embarrassment at the Equinical is Plan C. Plan A is blackmail or extort Atticus. Plan B is blackmail or extort Brackenbridge. And if nothing can be achieved in either of those, then try and make Atticus look like a fool in front of everybody and be kicked off the committee. So that I would like to I would try to gather information but I either need to, I guess, meet with the DeLucas for that or with somebody else. But I think, I don't want to hold us up too much longer either, because I'm also eager to get to the Equinical. I just don't know how to go about this investigation without...
Yeah, it's more a matter of practicality, probably. If you consider the amount of time that remains, you just don't have the time to properly, tail someone and figure out their routine and then break into their house and figure out, what to blackmail them with.
Although I could try and just break into their house.
You could just break into their house.
Yeah.
Well, let me know if that's what you want to do. Then we'll resolve it offline between now and then we'll see the results next time.
I'll get some embarrassment potion though, for sure.
Also, we mentioned the paperwork, the permits for the weapons to Elena, and she said something along the lines of that can be arranged. But was it if we go and confirm his husband's demise or not?
Yeah, totally. That was the agreement there, that we would, that you would look into that, but we would first need to go on our mission. I think that was the agreement.
Well, there's two different contracts. You have the official contract through the freelancers, which was you have your payment listed, it's gold, and you get this much and this much for finding out what happened. Then you have the unofficial agreement with her, in which she fast tracks your permits for your magical items in exchange for, during the Equinical, searching the offices
Oh,
of the people
okay.
that
Yeah.
she suspects were involved in his disappearance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
only one
then
of them is in the guest list.
Yep.
So that.
At least only one of them was marked as important by Lord Storm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Overall, this is 75 people out of about 200 that will be attending the celebration. And
Okay,
don't
so
you
they-
dare start talking to everyone that you see.
I've seen only a single name that I really want to talk to.
Oh,
Mr. Strauss.
Well, no, the two
No?
names. That's true.
Fucking Christ.
he wants to talk to your cousin.
Okay.
No, oh no, that's going to happen offline.
3 names.
Okay.
Jean-Jacques will help me craft a letter.
Okay,
Oh,
so
no.
but again, just really quickly back to the next to the previous question, and then
Yeah.
we'll cut off the stream. Any other business out? So I know Turnock wants to do his thing. I know Jean-Jacques is going to get some embarrassment potion and attempt to gather blackmail against Atticus.
And go and either speak with his mother in
Right.
person if he manages that with Elena, or send her a message. I don't know which of the two she'll be able to help
Yeah.
with, but I think we can do that one especially offline because it will
Mhm.
be more interesting, I think.
Okay, so from
Yeah.
Tani, Kor, and Barnak, is there anything that you guys are doing until the Equinical?
But just before we split up the next day and everything, well, after we
Mm-hmm.
right before the Equinical, I want to talk to the party because
Okay.
this-
Let's
so,
do that.
Our recon, like instead of telling Jean-Jacques that I needed to speak to him because I was confused with.
Yeah.
I told everyone like I want to talk to you when we have time.
Okay. So let's say that, by the time, this is probably over breakfast, at 3 p.m., but over breakfast, you guys recuperating
Brunch.
and sitting there, and you have the whole group with you. What do you say, Carlos? Or what does
Oh yeah.
Kor say?
Okay. So, guys, I need to talk to you about something that I confirmed yesterday. This is not something that I've ever told anyone. I think, at least not in full. But before I met Barnak and Tani and we became freelancers and everything, like I had a we all had different lives, right? And when I arrived in Justicia, I was a sellsword for a while just to make a living, right? And I was working for what I thought was a merchant, but he turned out to be a criminal that was smuggling people, and I ended up killing him and almost dying myself. But I've always had the suspicion he was related to the Scarlet Rose, but I never knew for sure. But yesterday, what was his name? Argyle mentioned that the Scarlet Rose was looking for me, and that they were involved with my former employer.
And he said he knew you, yeah, from back then.
Yeah, I don't remember him. I think he might have I met a lot of people. I broke
Had a
lot of
different
legs.
name.
Yeah, the hammer. So
You shared that with Turnock and I. After
oh yeah,
y'all left.
of course he did. Yeah, probably to learn. He tried to blackmail me, I guess, in order to, like yesterday. But that's when I told you guys I needed to talk to you. But I didn't actually know for sure it was the Scarlet Rose that was involved with that until he confirmed it yesterday. So I think that's something we need to be like. I wanted you all to know because they might be trying to contact me again or something. He mentioned something about the Scarlet Rose wanting me to join in again.
And why didn't you tell us before?
Well, because I wasn't sure it was the Scarlet Rose. I just thought it was some random criminal that I used to work with. He's dead, so I thought that was done.
But you suspected.
Yeah, I suspected, but it was just nagging in the back of my mind. In hindsight, I probably should have told you guys.
Probably.
By the way, I think Eternal's reaction to this is just I'm still to this moment dead silent. Not
Is this the reason why Argyle was left alive?
Yeah, didn't you decide to kill him? And we had a crisis, and we returned, and he was still there.
Well, he managed to buy his life with some
With this.
information. Yep.
Okay. Don't get me wrong.
I'm happy that
I'm
you
happy
didn't kill him too, but
Yeah.
not too happy about the reason.
okay.
I mean, we've all had a.
Cor, do you have any semblance of knowing who the Scarlet Rose might be then?
No, not at all. I didn't even know for sure or anything else. Like I just had a suspicion.
Do you
That
do you
they-
remember any detail that might be correlated with this now?
I was drunk half the time I was
Oh.
working.
That's fine then.
So
That's my life, Cor.
I barely remember.
You
I
know,
understand
Barnak's
that.
only. Barnak, how old are you again?
I'm the oldest one here.
Yeah, I know, but how many years is that again?
More than 50.
He can't count higher.
Yeah. So Barnak is effectively 25 because he's been drunk half of the time, so it doesn't count.
I will
get
say,
wiser when I drink.
I will say, Core, as they're starting to joke around a bit, right, about the whole thing, you have perhaps a slightly, possibly painful flashback to the whole scenario, and you would maybe have this slight sneaking suspicion that in your drunken states, perhaps you're a bit more aware of things than you realized. There's just like that nagging feeling at the back of your mind. It's not gone yet.
I do think, Core, that if you can remember details about this merchant, and they do air quotes on that, gentleman that you liberated from his mortal coil, we might be able to pull on that thread. I
'Cause I
realize
remember-
it might be.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I'll try to. I don't know. I'll try to remember because all I know for sure is that they were smuggling people in ships to the city. But
Let's see if we can find something
I-
out after the Aquatical. But
That reminds me, the Equinical. I had a question for everyone here. Also, probably Lords. Well, not Lord Storm, but it's only us here. Do you guys think that Scarlet Rose will be at the Equinical? Why would someone like that miss it?
with the amount of influence they have in this city, I don't see them not having someone there.
yeah, I don't know if they'd go in person.
Maybe not in person, but at least a spy.
One of the petals? Still, that
And
No. I think the petals would stick out like a sore thumb. You gotta imagine these are ruffians. They're not
Oh. Well then,
gonna be easy to miss.
maybe the Rose themselves. We
Maybe,
should.
but their patron. Definitely.
they might try to contact me again. We could use that to our advantage.
All right. So, with that, sorry, you want to say more, Shamrock?
I was just gonna say, during these
Mhm.
remaining days, whatever free time that I can get, especially alone time,
Mhm.
I'll spend poring over, in this order, the diagrams and other papers that I have on the clockwork mechanisms
Okay.
from the laboratory, comparing them to the timepiece itself.
Mm-hmm.
Then the books, the rest of the books that I still haven't gone through from the laboratory, trying to find any thread or common theme amongst them, especially related to these semi deities or demigods, things like that. And then the book on Timora, because I don't think I've read through the whole thing, did I?
Nope. Nope.
Oh, right. So I'll, in that order, try
Okay.
and glean as much as I can.
All right.
But the timepiece and mechanical stuff, it takes precedence over everything else.
Okay.
And also, yeah, when we're gonna have some time, right?
Yeah, you have about a day and a half, or roughly 2 days in
I-
total.
What I'll do is, after we discuss whatever we need to discuss, is go to look for a temple of Tyr, if there
Okay.
are any.
Okay. And what do you want to try to do there?
I just want to go and pray and think, because I
Okay.
am conflicted right now with that.
Okay. Well, send me a bit of information later on like what you pray to Tier 2, and we'll see how that goes. And Barnack and Tani, is there anything that you two are doing specifically? I know Barnack maybe the archives. That might be the thing you dive into.
Yeah, I was about to ask Tani to join me if she wants, if
Okay.
she has nothing else to.
Mm-hmm.
2 heads are better than 1 reading these
Yeah.
things.
All right. Well, that will probably take up a lot of your time anyway.
Yeah.
Between the two of you, so Barnack and Tani are going to the Freelancer archives to find out about Barnack's grandfather's untimely demise, as it now seems to be.
Yeah.
All right. Very cool. Let me just write that down so I don't forget for next week. And there we go. All right, guys. That's the end of our session. Thank you so much for playing. And thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone who's been hanging out, everyone who raided. I'm going to send a raid on quickly to another fellow D&D streamer. But in the meantime, thank you guys so much for watching. Remember to follow if you haven't yet. All of us appreciate you so much, and we will see you next week, Sunday, and I will see you probably sooner in the week because I'm going to be streaming some more D&D prep and things like that. So thank you guys so much, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye bye, and go raid.
Bye.
Support other streamers.
Bye bye.
Nice.